let's go ahead and do that. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in to this week's regular City Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, September 1st, 2020, and this is our 3 o'clock meeting. Can we get roll call?
Mayor Evans, Vice Mayor Shimoni,
Present.
Councilmember Aslan, Councilmember Aslan,
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Also here.
Councilmember Odegaard,
Present.
Councilmember Salas,
Present.
Councilmember Whelan.
Present.
Wonderful. Councilmember McCarthy, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I would. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Let us all think through this together. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. And Councilmember Salas, would you like to read the city's mission statement?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you so much. That brings us down to item number 4 of our agenda, which is public participation. Do we have any public participation comments today?
Vice Mayor, we have 2 public participation comments today. The first will be from Maggie Toomey.
And Stacy, before we go to her really quick, I just want to let the public know that we have changed the way since COVID, we've been doing this electronically, right? So if you do have a public comment you'd like to submit, you have to email us, and it's all on the city's website. And then the member of staff will call you when it's time for you to give your comment. And you do still have 3 minutes to give your comments. So feel free to engage in that process throughout our agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And Maggie, if you are ready, you can go ahead and begin.
Thank you, Stacy. Good afternoon, Vice Mayor and Council. Maggie Toomey, Volunteer and Event Coordinator for Sustainability. I'm here with Albert, the Sustainability Squirrel, to invite you to join us in our September anti-litter campaign, 30 Days Albert's Way. As you know, we have suspended all of our group community cleanup efforts for the last 6 months in order to protect the health of our community. With our September campaign, we are encouraging citizens and visitors alike to download Litterati, a free app, mask up, and pick up litter as they are out and about in Flagstaff. The program works like this. 1, download Litterati using the code, all caps, Albert's Way. 2, find a piece of litter. 3, open the Litterati app on your phone. 4, snap a photo of the litter and put a litter ID tag on it. 5, pick up the litter and dispose of it properly. At the end of September, the top 3 litter picker-uppers will win a gift card to a local business. We've got Winter Sun, Brightside Books, and Eat and Run. In addition to being a fun competition and keeping Flagstaff litter-free, the data collected by the app will support the Community Stewards Program by identifying litter hotspots and helping us address them in our community. Thank you for this opportunity, and don't forget to download the app Litterati with the code Albert's Way.
Thank you. Our next public participant is Rose Tohi.
Yatin, Vice Mayor Shimoni, and esteemed council members. My name is Rose Tohi, Coordinator for Indigenous Initiatives. So I come to you this afternoon to provide you with some preliminary planning of the events for the Indigenous Peoples Day. The recruitment of individuals for the presentations have been done through last year's planning committee, ICF, FUSD, NALCA, NAU Indigenous staff, and other contacts. So all the presentations will be online and it will be approximately from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. There has been a lot of interest in to provide these presentations. They are to share and educate city staff and the public. While the lineup still needs to be confirmed, some of the examples include the following. We're going to have a morning or sunrise prayer at 8 o'clock or at 7 a.m. And then the presentations will be starting around 8 o'clock. So some of the examples include a panel on criminal justice with some local individuals, on a panel on the strength of women, which also represents different organizations and local residents. And then NACA and the LIFE program will be presenting information on planting, growing crops and things like that. And then the Museum of Northern Arizona will be providing a staff member, an Indigenous staff member will be providing information on Indigenous art. And then also another NACA staff member will be providing information on jewelry, clothing, and baskets, and also explaining what their meanings are. So a lot of the different presentations are just to do that, is to share and educate our youth through the elder adult population. So I just want to update you and give you that information. As soon as everything is solidified, I'm hopeful to do that around maybe the end of next week. And then Jessica and I will be putting together some marketing information so that can be put out to the public. And we'll have about 3 weeks of marketing at those presentations. That's all I have for this evening. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, that is the last public comment that I had for this item.
Thank you so much. That brings us down to item number 5 of our agenda, which is our consent items. Council, is there any items that you'd like to have discussed before we approve that agenda? Give you all a minute. Councilmember Whelan.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to pull agenda item 5B and C, 5C.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anyone else on council like to pull any other consent items? And if not, is there a motion to approve our consent agenda 5A and D?
This is Charlie, so move.
Is there a second?
Second, McCarthy.
We have a motion from Councilmember Odegaard and a second from Councilmember McCarthy to approve the consent agenda 5A and D. Any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any,
Aye.
Aye.
any opposed? The motion carries. So that brings us back to 5B. Consideration and approval of contract purchase of one 2020 Caterpillar 730 EJ articulated haul truck. Councilmember Whelan?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The questions that I have looking through the reports was there no procurement process? And if not, why?
Councilmember Whalen, or Vice Mayor Shimoni, Councilmember Whalen, this is Todd Hansen, Solid Waste Director. It was a sole source procurement with the government contract through the City of Tucson's cooperative purchase agreement through the City of Tucson. And as you know, the cooperative purchase agreements are the best deal that we can get because we leverage the buying power of all the communities involved in that contract.
Todd, I know that they typically are, and I was just wondering, are they still?
Yes, they are, by a long shot. And additionally, this ejector bed haul truck is the only one that's manufactured in this manner. That's the only one available in this
Okay.
size.
And Todd, can you tell me where from the budget this is being pulled from?
Landfill capital. So just for a little history, the scraper was purchased in 2004, rebuilt in 2012. After that,
Right.
it was planned again for another rebuild in 2020. And so this has been in the budget since 2012. There's $600,000 of capital in the budget for this year. And the reason we went in this direction is about a year ago, Jeff Eli, landfill manager with a lot of mining experience, came up to me and said, hey, I know we got a scraper rebuild in the budget, but with his mining experience, he goes, you know what, Todd, I think in some of the areas that we're going to go into, that we're going to destroy that scraper. So I want to come up with a better idea. And so he did a lot of research. And from his mining experience, this is the piece of equipment that we need to go into more rocky terrain. The scraper worked well for cinders and sand-like soil, but once we get into the rock areas where we're going to expand to, we'll just wreck what we've got. So it wouldn't make sense to rebuild it.
So this 600,000 is coming out of the current fiscal year, correct?
Correct. It's the landfill capital, so it's out of the solid waste enterprise fund.
Okay. Thank you so much, Todd. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
No further questions from me.
Okay.
Mr. Brown has comments.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, Council. Councilmember Whelan, I just wanted to make a point of clarification on the procurement of this. A cooperative procurement doesn't necessarily equate to a sole source. We could have multiple cooperative agencies with the same company. With the cooperative, we utilize the procurement process that agency went through to obtain that contract. So they did the formal procurement, and we're piggybacking off of that formal procurement to draft a contract for our needs.
Understood. I appreciate that clarification. Thank you. So if you don't mind, I'd like to move to approve the purchase of one Caterpillar 730 articulated haul truck in the amount of $573,585 from Empire Machinery.
Is there a second?
Second, Jim McCarthy.
Great. We have a motion from Councilmember Whelan and a second from Councilmember McCarthy. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Wait a minute, Adam, I would like to add and to authorize the city manager to execute the necessary documents.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, everybody. That brings us down to item C of our consent agenda, which is consideration and approval of independent contract agreements with Salt River Project to continue the Upper Lake Mary watershed monitoring project. Councilmember Whelan.
So I have several questions. The contract with SRP Lake Mary watershed, I was at the Water Commission and we spoke about, I believe it was Climate's notes, and they were doing the exact same thing, looking at the snow melt and how it affects Lake Mary watershed. They did this for free, and I'm just wondering, why are we in contract with SRP when they need the data also?
Vice Mayor Shimoni and Councilmember Whelan, this is Erin Young, Water Resources Manager. Good afternoon. So your attendance at the Water Commission meeting is unique in that you heard of this analysis provided by Climate's out of the University of Arizona. What they're looking at for water services is the lake level record, and trending along with the lake level record influences on those lake levels, either temperature or precipitation. And what this contract has been with the Salt River Project is instrumentation within the watershed, the Upper Lake Mary watershed below Mormon Mountain, collecting data within tributaries to Upper Lake Mary. And that data includes how much water is flowing through sub-watersheds every year. And with that data set, once we have enough record, that can also be trended with temperature and precipitation, as well as changes to the watershed that may include forest thinning and perhaps different treatment techniques. And with that baseline data set, we can then hopefully have information to make informed decisions on how we manage that watershed that best relates to runoff into the lake. So the two studies at CLEMAS, for instance, may be able to analyze the data that we're collecting with SRP in the future. It's just another data set that they would use to analyze. I hope that was helpful and not too long of an explanation.
You know, it is, Erin, and perhaps you were with me the one NAMWA meeting that we had, and I believe it was a representative from SRP explaining why these gauges were important to their firm and to their company. So my question is not about the use of them. My question is more about why are we paying them for information that they need? Why wouldn't we just, why wouldn't they be kind enough to give us that information since we're allowing them into our watersheds? That's more of the question.
Vice Mayor Shimoni and Councilmember Whelan, the relationship with the Salt River Project goes back to about 2011 with the Northern Arizona University and development of what was called a paired watershed plan. The Salt River Project has very similar monitoring setups within the Verde side of the watershed, and I believe only one of those is in Ponderosa, which would be over at Sycamore. And the idea was that if with the Lake Mary paired watershed, if Sycamore were to burn, we would have collective data that may be kind of analogous to the Sycamore or vice versa. If the Lake Mary watershed burned, we would be collecting data in the Ponderosa and Sycamore. And I guess we see this as a mutual benefit to both SRP and the city. And we've just continued this monitoring, this funding for all those years. SRP was not going to do this on their own. It was an opt-in or don't do it. And NAU was encouraging the Lake Mary Walnut Creek TAC, our technical advisory committee attached to our water rights agreement with the Coconino National Forest and our area national monuments. They were encouraging them to fund this study. So the TAC funded all of the equipment purchase, which was about $50,000, but there was no money for ongoing monitoring. So the city picked up that back in, I think, like 2014 or so. This is the only information we're collecting in the watershed. It's our only investment to have this hydrologic data that we can use to better manage our lake supply in climate change. So if it's not SRP providing that service, we actually have looked with a local J.E. Fuller. We asked for them to give us a cost estimate to provide the same service, and it was surprisingly very similar in cost, if not more. SRP provides a unique service just because they do so many of these stations around the state. So we do believe it's a good price for what we're getting.
Thank you, Aaron. And when I see these contracts, and I just want to say thank you for working hard for reducing the price. And now that I see that it's going up about $3,000 a year, I just think it's a good idea that we do question instead of just leaving it in place and letting it go. So I'm glad to hear that you've asked for other bids and looked elsewhere. So thank you very much. That was my question and you answered it well. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Whelan, do you have a motion?
I do have a motion. Let me get ready for it. Thank you. So I move to approve the ICA with SRP for scope of work proposals for FY21 through 23, not to exceed $105,000 annually, which I do have a question about that because year 3, it's $107,000. So I'd like someone to check into that and authorize the city manager to execute the necessary documents.
Should we answer that question now, Councilmember?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Aaron?
Well, I don't have that answer.
Vice Mayor Shimoni and Councilmember Whelan, the answer to your question is they include a contingency budget of about 10%. And if we're getting close to utilizing that and going over our budget, we will cut something. We will not exceed our budget. And their purchase order will not exceed our budget. And it's in our contract that's an annual, all of our spending is subject to council approval each year in the budget cycle.
So will it not exceed $105,000 annually for those 3 years?
Unless we can easily find those funds and the funds are matched to very similar scope type of a budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
Second, McCarthy.
We have a motion from Councilmember Whelan and a second from Councilmember McCarthy. Any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much. That brings us down to routine items number 6A. This is consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2020-22, an ordinance granting the UNS Gas Incorporation and Arizona Public Service Corporation, its legal representatives, successors, lessees, and assigns certain powers, licenses, right-of-way, privileges, and franchise to construct, operate, and maintain in the city of Flagstaff. Is there a presentation we have on this, or?
Vice Mayor Stacy Salzberg, City Clerk, I do not have a formal presentation on this item. This is the final read of this ordinance that essentially activates the voter approval of the franchise.
Okay, great. Councilor, is there any comment or question you have on this? Or a motion?
Vice Mayor, this is Charlie. I'll provide that motion of read ordinance number 2020-22 by title only for the final time.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Odegaard. Is there a second?
Second, Salas.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. We have a motion from Councilmember Odegaard, a second from Councilmember Salas. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? I believe That motion passes.
An ordinance granting to UNS Gas, Inc., an Arizona Public Service Corporation, its legal representatives, successors, lessees, and assigns certain powers, licenses, rights of ways, privileges, and franchise to construct, operate, and maintain in the city of Flagstaff, state of Arizona, as now or hereafter constituted, works, systems, and plants for the handling, production, manufacturing, transporting, storing, sale, and distribution of gas into, out of, and through said municipality, and for the distribution and sale of such gas to said municipality, its inhabitants, and others, including customers inside, beyond, and outside of the limits of said municipality, and to use the streets, avenues, easements, right-of-ways, alleys, highways, sidewalks, bridges, and other structures and places and public grounds in said municipality for a period of 25 years, and prescribing in connection therewith certain rights, duties, terms, and conditions herein mentioned, and providing for the payment to said municipality of a percentage of certain revenues of grantee from its operations therein, and declaring an emergency.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. Is there a motion to adopt ordinance number 2020-2022? Sorry.
So, Vice Mayor, this is Jim McCarthy. Considering that it is the will of the people based on their vote, I will move to adopt ordinance 2020-22.
Great, thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Salas.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. We have a motion. We have a motion to adopt from Councilmember McCarthy and a second from Councilmember Salas. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Great. That brings us down to our public hearing item 7A, of which is a resolution of the Flagstaff City Council adopting a minor plan amendment to Chapter 9, Growth and Land Use of the Flagstaff Regional Plan 2030, in association with the Southside Community Specific Plan, and establishing an effective date. And consideration and adoption of resolution number 2020-52, a resolution of the Flagstaff City Council adopting a minor plan amendment to adopt the Southside Community Specific Plan and establishing an effective date. Staff recommendation is to hold the public hearing, regional plan amendments, and so forth. I'd like to open up the public hearing.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and members of the council. My name is Sarah Dector. I am the Comprehensive Planning Manager for the City of Flagstaff, and it's with great pleasure today that I am presenting PZ number 20-00001, the Southside Community Specific Plan and associated regional plan amendments. Our presentation tonight is the more formal presentation that builds off of the work session that we had last week. During this presentation, we will give you an overview of the specific plan application and the regional plan amendment application, an overview of the public participation process. We will present the staff summary and findings and offer the plan and the minor regional plan amendments for adoption. So the Southside Specific Plan developed as part of our public engagement a concept for the area that is called the Live Make Center in the sub areas described in the plan that has a conflict with some text within the regional plan. That is the purpose of the minor plan amendments being proposed tonight. But it is integral to know that the regional plan and specific plans are policy level documents. They do not change property rights or city engineering and design standards without further action by council. However, they do list strategies that include how to implement the plan. For instance, the high occupancy housing plan that was adopted in 2018 proposed several changes to the zoning code, and council is currently working on those with our city zoning code manager Dan Seimer through a series of work sessions. So it's important to know that this item tonight is really the top 2 sections of this triangle and is not a code change. So to reemphasize that point, specific plans have a certain purpose. They create this roadmap for our city-community relationship. They help us refine the broader regional plan direction. They can influence rezoning requests and zoning code updates, but they do not change existing entitlements. We use them in many, many other ways that can influence the shape and future of an area of our community like the South Side. So why develop a South Side plan? The purpose of the South Side plan is laid out in several areas of the city code. There was new development and patterns and pressures in the South Side that led to the beginning of this project. We also had motivated community members after the hub rezoning case and Board of Adjustment process. There are historic and cultural resources to preserve that were not under the National Register Historic District in 2005, which was the last time we worked on a plan with this community. Since 2005, the informal public spaces of the South Side have been decreasing. And so that's another area that led to the plan being valid in terms of us working on it next. The plan also was meant to provide support for vibrant businesses and existing residences. And it also considered the upcoming Rio de Flag flood control project and its influences on the community. The specific plan is broken into 3 documents.
Sarah,
Yes.
You're not presenting the slides on our screens. We're just seeing the initial slide.
Thank you for pointing that out to me. I had gone through, thank you for stopping me and bringing that up. So we talked about the objectives. We showed the planning pyramid. And again, we're on the top 2 tiers of this pyramid. Can everyone see me advancing slides now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, don't let me go on forever. I know I fill the space quick because I'm a fast talker, but. All right, so I think we just finished this slide and then we were here. So the specific plan is broken into 3 parts. There's a site and area analysis, which is an interesting document. It's required for a specific plan to have a site and area analysis. I admit my staff and I are lovers of facts and research, and so we tend to provide pretty lengthy ones. That document is provided on the website, but it's really just background material. It doesn't provide any of the direction of the plan. Then we have volume 1 of the specific plan, which includes goals, policies, and strategies. This volume also includes a much smaller digest of the site and area analysis and includes a description of sub areas which are identified as a means of building a framework for future rezoning efforts for this community. And then volume 2 is the concept plan. The concept plan, again, is another required part of the specific plan. In the case of the Southside plan, we broke it out into a separate document because we felt that it added some clarity between what were the official adopted policies and what was the material that was meant to aid in the interpretation of those policies. It also just made the document a little more digestible. There are several appendices in volume 1. The first is Appendix A, which lists initial implementation priorities. The Southside plan has 114 implementation strategies listed in, excuse me, make sure I'm getting the chapter numbers right. In chapter 4, they're listed under heading of potential strategies. This is a very extensive list of ideas. It was not imagined that there would be capacity to work on all of these ideas at once. And so Appendix A provides clarity on which priorities the public input that was received and then was vetted through the stakeholder group put at the top of the list. And so this is in the first 5 years, the ones we will be working on with the community. We also have an appendix, Appendix B, because at the time where we were developing the plan, it was unclear what the final outcome of the Rio de Flag flood control project may or may not be. And so we, in Appendix B, addressed 2 scenarios: what the plan would look like and how it would be implemented if the floodplain remained in the south side as it is currently mapped. And then scenario 2, the floodplain is remapped and its current location is identified as mostly local drainage. And so that is very clearly laid out because we recognized that we needed to properly communicate those scenarios to the public and to future staff members that may be implementing this plan. Some other documents you will find in your packet tonight are a staff report with the 3 findings that are required for a specific plan: community benefits, regional plan compliance, and an impact analysis of several categories. Impact analysis for planning documents, because we're not in that green level of the planning pyramid, are a little different. They are really about policy impacts and broad impacts, as opposed to site-specific ones you might see in a rezoning case or a development case. We've also included the public participation plan and summary, and then a specific list of all the comments received during the 60-day public review, which was held in December and January, and the staff response to those comments. That is not a requirement for projects, but for ones as extensive as this, when we have had so much public involvement, staff feels it's important for the public trust that we show that we truly looked and observed and attempted to address as many of the public comments received as possible, especially once a draft has been produced. So we have also provided a summary of the changes that were made between the draft and the final plan for the purposes of continuing that transparency. So are there any questions about the items in your packet before I start speaking about the regional plan amendment?
Council, any questions? Not seeing any, but I'll let you know if there are.
Okay, thank you very much, Vice Mayor. The Southside plan includes this area, if you can see my pointer, that's north of Butler and stretches about to where Sawmill intersects with Butler Avenue. So I know these aren't marked, but I'll try and wiggle around. So this curve is Sawmill, this is Lone Tree, this is the Lone Tree Bridge that's proposed, and then this is Butler Avenue. This activity center, U2, has been one that's required a little refinement all throughout the last few years. It was first moved from the intersection of Butler and Lone Tree to the corner of Piccadilly and Regent as part of the high occupancy housing plan in 2018 for the purpose of protecting this area in purple off to the left, which is the National Register Historic District for the Flagstaff South Side. So we purposely have moved this over and centered it on the civic space within the Sawmill development. A lot of this property north of Butler is currently owned by BNSF, and the community, in looking at this, really talked a lot about the history and importance of the industrial uses in this area. A good example of a cultural anchor that's an industrial use is Mayorga's Welding, which was founded by the Mayorga's family generations ago and has been working in welding materials with steel, including the flagpole at Old Town Springs Park for generations. And it's when we talked to the neighborhood and said, well, this area could redevelop, this area, according to your feedback, feels like a place where you'd like to see redevelopment. People also stated that the South Side was the kind of place where those industrial activities shouldn't be erased by that new redevelopment, because there's been a long history of people doing industrial style work and artisan work in this neighborhood, right in their backyard, in a shop in the back. And that felt like a part of the cultural history that our zoning code, as currently written, really doesn't have a category that fits. So the regional plan even has language that says in urban areas that industrial uses are not appropriate. So the regional plan amendment proposed does 2 things. First, it removes the suburban area type from this portion of the neighborhood, which is sometimes also referred to as Stone Forest. And second, it changes some text in the regional plan, which you'll see in your packet, and adds that says industrial uses are not appropriate in urban areas, and it adds the text that says unless allowed by a specific plan. We did that specifically because we didn't want to open that question up for all urban areas. It wouldn't make a lot of sense to have a large industrial use close to the downtown or on San Francisco Street, but it could be something that comes up when we get to a Sunnyside plan or a different area of town. And so we wanted to make sure that that was an opportunity that would be raised in the amendment and that we thought about how it might be implemented as we move forward. Are there any questions about the content of the plan amendment before I move on?
Council, any questions? Not seeing any. Oh, no, we're good.
Okay. So as I said, volume 1 of the Southside Plan has goals, policies, and strategies. These are the real meat of the Southside Plan, and particularly it identifies these sub areas. So the strategies that were identified in the community as being the most important to work on early and often with the community are the idea of working with property owners who have businesses or properties that could be pulled together into small landmark overlays, to revise the zoning code by rescinding and replacing the current zoning with new zones that better matches the Southside Community Plan. It's been brought up several times over the last few years that when the Transect zone in particular was calibrated in the 2010, 2011, when they were working on that, the properties selected for calibration were not in the South Side. And so the commercial storefronts, many of the features of the way lots are laid out in the Transect zones do not really work or even replicate what's seen in the South Side. And so this was an issue in terms of a strategy that staff really was reluctant to recommend for many, many, many months until we put out a draft plan that included kind of a really complicated set of incremental changes. And the community came back to us and said, that's too complicated. We don't see how it will work. And it's very important to us that you make it clear how you're going to achieve this plan, because we like the plan and we want to see it achieved. And so we went back and talked about this rescinding and replacing strategy. And it was a very important one that was decided after the 60-day comment period was seen and reviewed by the stakeholder group and staff. We also have included information about creating campaigns and marketing that bring the south side and the north side of the tracks in central Flagstaff and downtown together. A new large potential park site near and underneath the South Lone Tree Road overpass was identified. There was a high interest in creating public shared off-street parking lots, that allow overnight and long-term parking for nearby residents. That's an item that I think the Downtown Vision is going to pick up and continue working with. Create a spot where we would like to do further traffic studies to offer a signalized bicycle and pedestrian crossing at Butler Avenue was identified, including a network of potential bike boulevards that could be implemented in the south side to parallel Butler Avenue and offer an alternative route to one that the bicyclists in the community have told us they feel less safe on. Also, we've discussed with the stormwater staff the need to create a work plan that systematically addresses localized flooding issues throughout the neighborhood. We know there are localized flooding issues. While the Rio de Flag system is still flooding the south side and has not been diverted, it's hard for us to know the scale or exactly what would be most appropriate in addressing them. So while this has been prioritized, it's meant to be implemented after a Rio de Flag flood control project has been completed. There's also several strategies that identify areas where walking environments could be improved and crime prevention through environmental design principles could be applied to improve public safety. So here are the Southside sub areas we discussed. The blue is identified as the Live Make Center, which is the largest scale identified in the plan. This area is envisioned as being buildings up to 60 feet tall with a mix of industrial and high density uses. Knowing that there will be a lot of transition and change in the land use in this area, It is currently primarily zoned light industrial and commercial services. The Southside Main Street is the classical commercial center of the neighborhood. That area emphasizes adaptive reuse. And since we've been talking about building height quite a bit, it identifies a maximum building height that would be desired would be 45 feet, which is about the height of the climbing gym and the new building that are at the corner of South San Francisco Street and Benton Avenue. So on the map, for those who need me to point, that's right in this area. If you've driven by that lately, those buildings are right at 45 feet. And they're about the maximum that one could achieve on a small lot under the current zoning. What we did was we did look at where can people get more than that 45-foot height and what kind of lot configurations work for that. And what we really found is you need to have about a quarter of a block in order to exceed that height in your current lot configuration. And we felt that there's not that many sites within this area that really applies to. The next areas identified are the live work neighborhood, which is the orange area on the map. That is more like the apartment style high density with some areas that are historic, but is definitely more of a multi-family to single family environment, primarily residential. And then there's the neighborhood core, which is an area that is predominantly single family homes with 1 or 2 accessory dwelling units, and is very low in height in the current development pattern. We also identified several areas of historic preservation focus that we would like to start working on landmark overlays in those areas when we have consensus from property owners. We did not identify a district-wide overlay like there is for downtown or town site for the south side for several reasons. First, the area is very eclectic and it has a wide variety of building types and settings. Second, the property owners, when we discussed this with them, really said they would like to work with their neighbors and find out what their shared interests are rather than trying to build broad guidelines that cover a large area. So based on those preferences, this was the proposed strategy for historic preservation protection in the neighborhood, in addition to grants and other things that we're already doing. Are there any questions before I go on to discuss the findings?
Council, any questions? Not seeing any.
Okay, and actually first I'm going to talk about public participation process. So the Southside Plan, we have had a lengthy public participation process. We have had over 27 meetings over 3 years. Many of those meetings were in the phases on this screen called community visioning and needs and solutions. What was sort of happening the first year and a half of the project is we would go out and try and talk about a vision, and then we would hear all these needs that we hadn't really discussed with the community yet. So we would go back and try and talk about needs and solutions. We'd resolve some of those, get a clearer picture. We would come back and try and do community visioning again, and more needs and solutions would sort of arise. So we ended up working through these very iteratively until we felt we really weren't hearing much new information that hadn't been brought up earlier in the process. So in the summer of 2019, we, with support from the Southside Community Association, helped them provide a stakeholder group that was gathered that was meant to be diverse in terms of their economic and social perspectives, and that represented a broad swath of the Southside community. That's their beautiful pictures right there. That group saw every single draft policy and commented on it, helped us revise it, gave us ideas about taking it in a different direction. They also read every single public comment that was received, and they reconvened after the 60-day public review to look at the last round of public comments and make sure we had really fully addressed it. So they helped staff stay accountable. They really looked at what the input that we were getting into the process was and helped immensely in drafting the plan. They endorsed the draft plan by vote before it went out for public 60-day review, and they endorsed the final plan before we sent it through legal review and onto the work sessions and public hearings of the summer. Here is my bingo card of public participation methods used in the South Side. So there's a few people, I think, who could have a completely blacked out bingo card here. They made it to every single type of meeting that we had, for which we are so very, very grateful. We also had many people who only came and were a part of one or two of these methods. And then particularly the survey, many people who filled out the survey, they sort of remained anonymous. They just wanted to fill out a survey or stop by and talk to us and really didn't want to put their name down on a sheet. And so to those anonymous participants, we are also very grateful and thankful for all of their input. So here's our Southside stakeholder group. These individuals were invited by the Southside Community Association to represent the organization and the board in evaluating the stakeholder input from the broader community and helping provide the city with feedback and very strong evaluation and shared decision making throughout the process. They had over 14 meetings in which they reviewed this material. So their time commitment was consistently was over 30 hours of their free time delivered to this process. So we are thankful for that. The city supported this process in two ways. We provided staff time, and we provided data and information based on it, as well as organizing all the comments and materials. But then we also were able to bring on board a neutral facilitator, Mr. Matt Muncha, who is the sustainability coordinator for NAU now, was our third-party facilitator. He had lived in the South Side for many years, was a trusted voice there, and also has the skill set that he was able to bring to the process. So while the people sitting around the table are the stakeholder group members, there were many people who came to the meetings because they were open to the public and advertised. And so people throughout the community dropped into a few meetings. Other people came to so many meetings, they ended up on the group by the end of the process. But it really was a fantastic group and a great commitment of these people's free time. And so we thank them very much. So the draft plan was released on December 6th. We received 404 comments during our 60-day public review. The stakeholder committee helped us work through the more complicated comments that were received. And then the final plan was reviewed by legal and published online on June 16th. The notice of the public hearings for the planning and zoning was sent out on June 19th, and the notice for the city council meeting was sent out in early August. In addition to letters, there were also notices published in the paper, updates to our email list, and updates to the city website and social media. Are there any questions? That was a very fast run through of 3 years.
All right, Council. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Dar, the secretary? Sir, while we are waiting, actually, Councilmember Odegaard, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you to Sarah. I listened to her being on CAF radio early in the morning, and I appreciate her effort for getting up and speaking to the public on this Southside plan, and really appreciate that effort to let people know about it and what's happening and all the work that went into it. So thank you very much, Sarah.
Thank you, Councilmember Odegaard.
I see that we do have one public comment. Maybe let's go ahead and take that comment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just give me a quick moment to get him on the line.
Vice Mayor Shimoni, I do have a few more slides before we're done, just so you know. Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor, we have Dan Hall on the line. Mr. Hall, you can go ahead and start your comments.
All right. Hello to the council. Thank you for all you guys do. That is not an easy job, I'm sure. I'm a Southside property owner. I have a residence here that's going to be on the underlay plan, and I have tried to be involved in some of the meetings. It came to my attention for the first time via letter from the city that the zoning code would be changed. Oh, I'm sorry. I was listening over there. So I've been trying to be involved in some of the meetings that have been going on since it was brought to my attention that the code would be changed. And mostly I just wanted to say that for me as a property owner, it looks like if we change the limits to the height zoning, then it will reduce the value of my property. And I just wanted to kind of throw that out there as saying that I think that there are other people who are in the same boat that I am in that, you know, we support the Southside community plan, but as soon as we talk about changes to zoning, that we get into tricky situations where it might reduce the value of our property in the future if we choose to sell. I've been listening to Sarah's comments, and I'm not exactly sure if with all the detail of the plan, if that's the case with my particular property, but it would seem so. And lastly, I'd just say that like most people on the South Side, I don't have a lot of means. I don't have any other investments other than the property that I own. Eventually, this property will probably fund my retirement. And so I'm very dubious about any zoning changes that would affect the value of my property. Thanks. And thanks for listening to my comments. Take care.
Thank you so much, Councilor. Does anyone have any comments for the public comments? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. Okay, Sarah, go ahead and continue.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Shimoni. So this is the boring part. These are the required findings for the Southside plan. So first up is community benefits and consideration, and then I will discuss the plan conformance and then the impact analysis. So for community benefits, I think that we always mention when we're doing these area plans that having a cleared, shared, and community-driven path forward is a benefit in that it is a foundation on which we can build stronger policies and city implementation. There's several ways in which improved infrastructure in the neighborhood has been identified and prioritized. The Southside Community Plan not only discusses residential properties, but also shows that there's great support for small businesses and entrepreneurism. There's only 2 businesses in the South Side that are not independent small businesses, a fact of which this community is very proud. There's also a renewed interest and a community-driven strategy on historic and cultural preservation for the neighborhood that is not a typical strategy, but one really founded in people's beliefs about what is important within the district. So we didn't just follow the National Park Service standards. We really talked to people and tried to figure out what was most important within that topic. Some of the challenges, those typical ones for a specific plan. The funding for capital projects recommended in the plan is not identified. It needs to be programmed in future budgets and in future capital improvement plans. The proposed zoning code changes in the Southside plan were recommended that market feasibility be included as part of that analysis. That's not something we typically do in Flagstaff, but we think that the changes being proposed in the Southside are unique enough that a further impact analysis is justified. That will be something we will have to acquire consulting assistance to do. We also recognize that completion of the Rio de Flag flood control project is an ongoing effort for the city, and that the need to address localized flooding issues is one that the stormwater program has to prioritize citywide and not just within a single neighborhood. And so those would need to compete and score with the citywide process for recognizing and prioritizing flooding issues and how to resolve them. We also recognize that the recession and the COVID-19 pandemic came after we had completed the drafting of this document. We did do a thorough review. We even got some public comments after the 60-day public review from some commercial property owners to this effect, that we should look back at the plan and make sure we weren't doing anything that would harm the recovery of the South Side. Ultimately, we determined that there was not any content that was a particular concern for. And so we've been able to continue to move forward. There is also a risk that identifying a neighborhood in this manner and working towards these improvements carries with it a risk of gentrification, and that could ultimately be an important consideration in all of the changes we're discussing in this document. So plan conformance is the second finding we have to make. So first, the city code states that no specific plan may be adopted or amended unless the proposed plan or amendment is in substantial conformance with the general plan. And the state statute states that the specific plan must ensure the systematic execution of the general plan. And these are the text from our laws that tells how these two documents are related. Our city plan itself says that specific plans can include a regional plan amendment. And so we're analyzing conformance here. We first analyze it for the plan amendment, and then we will analyze it for the specific plan in the context of that amendment being adopted. So the plan amendment, as we discussed earlier, includes remapping the area that is north of Butler and east of Eldon. There are 8 goals and policies in the plan that support this amendment, and there are no goals and policies that were found which conflict with it. The conflicting language is found in a descriptive part of the plan called the Table of Characteristics. The one particularly that we're talking about is related to urban neighborhoods. So it's simply allowing that particular statement to be amended by a specific plan is the proposed solution. So overall, the amendment does conform to the goals and policies, as the regional plan states that goals and policies are the overriding factor in considering how something conforms to the plan, not the descriptive text or the map. The specific plan is supported by 62 goals and policies in the regional plan. Likewise, we found no conflicting goals or policies. Plan conformance analysis demonstrates that the specific plan will improve the systematic implementation of the regional plan, and that the refinements here reflect public input received throughout the process. So that based on this, we make the finding that the specific plan conforms with the goals and policies of the regional plan. There are several impact analyses required for a specific plan. First, the social and economic impacts as we understand them at this point, recognizing that we have identified the need for further market feasibility as we work through zoning code changes, have the benefits of increased density in this neighborhood with greater compatibility, which I think is the trade-off that we are not seeing achieved by the most recent sets of development in this area. It also would stabilize the neighborhood core while allowing for incremental change to counter displacement. The South Side is the residential neighborhood of the downtown, so we certainly wouldn't want to see the residential areas lost, but they may be intensified, which in a manner, hopefully, that would allow existing property owners to be the ones to gain the economic benefits of that incremental increase. The reductions in building height proposed would affect a limited number of lots because there are mostly very small lots in these areas which cannot achieve the maximum density without being consolidated with adjacent lots. In addition, there is currently floodplain and floodway limitations on the development of some lots. For instance, there have been times over the last few years where we discussed with property owners that up to 50 to 60% of their lot is covered by a floodway, and therefore, if they demolish the house on there currently, they could not redevelop another building on that lot. And that is part of why some of those units have been repaired and repaired and repaired over time. Transportation and parking. Our analysis of the transportation and parking impacts in the South Side was shared with and confirmed by the Traffic Division. Improvements to bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure identified have all been cross-referenced with the active transportation management plan that is under development by that staff. The proposed improvements would benefit the neighborhood and wider community connectivity by creating more alternatives for cyclists who would like greater comfort and less traffic in the areas where they're riding. And then the proposed adjustments to Park Flag, which are minor in terms of addressing church services and adding service lots to the inventory, have been reviewed by Park Flag and would help address parking concerns that are raised by the public but have not yet been addressed in the Park Flag implementation. Water services and solid waste. Waste collection in the South Side sometimes conflicts with bike lanes and driveways, and the direction provided for alleys could improve waste collection and eliminate some of these conflicts. The plan considers the Rio de Flag flood control project and many scenarios around its development, and has recommended mitigations to impacts caused by that particular project and that address localized flooding. For this particular impact analysis, what we discovered in working with the community was that many times education was a reason for many of the conflicts around stormwater issues. A letter was sent or one public meeting was held, but it was really not enough information to give property owners what they needed to understand the process and what the regulations meant for them. And so we have identified that the Stormwater Division would like to be doing more personal property owner directed consultations and assistance so that everyone has the same information. Also, that division would like to be providing some education to insurance providers and insurance agents in the city so that they're clear on flood insurance rules and how they impact their clients. There is no impact expected to water and sewer services, as many of these are funded and moving forward on the capital improvement plan. Schools, police, and fire. FUSD has confirmed there is no impact expected to schools. There has been a review of the area by the fire department. There's many roads in the South Side that are narrower than our standard and have some difficulty with fire access. So the road cross sections and the concept plans for improving those environments have also included the need for fire access. For police, there were comments received throughout the process by those who wanted to see greater police presence and enforcement in the South Side of certain laws and regulations. Ultimately, what was decided by the stakeholder group with input from the police department was that a better approach would be to really focus on the new work in the neighborhood to incorporate crime prevention through environmental design rather than increasing enforcement. That doesn't mean that they wouldn't maintain the level of presence that has been held up for the last few years when bars are closing and when there is lots of street activity in San Francisco, Beaver, Mike's Pike. That's still something that the police department wants to continue to do, but they want to combine it with public education for bartenders and students so that there is more community awareness of safety. There's also been a request in the neighborhood, and the plan recommends some very small increases in street lighting in particular locations that were identified as being dark and very worrisome to pedestrians throughout this neighborhood. Those, of course, would be dark sky compliant streetlights. And that is all I have in terms of findings and materials. I know it was a very large packet. I'd be happy to pull anything up that you have questions about.
And Sarah, before we go to questions, I see that we do have one more public comment. Stacy, you wanna take that comment?
Yes, Vice Mayor, just one moment. All right, Vice Mayor, I have Robert on the line, and he will begin his comments now.
Hello, Vice Mayor and council people, and Sarah, thank you for putting this together. A couple real quick questions. I'm on Verde Street, and I'm not sure, in looking at your map, how you determined the Southside National Register of Historical District. Following that pattern, it looks like it would have made sense to go down Franklin, down Fountain, and up to Lone Tree and encompass that small area that got left out. I'm not sure how you determined that historical district. And then comment 2, in beautifying the area, I'm all in. I think it's a fantastic idea, but there are places that could really use the facelift. In fact, there's an apartment complex that's on the corner of Verde and Franklin that has the nickname Dirty Verde. It hasn't seen paint probably since it was built in the early 90s. So I'm not sure what incentive or what pressures the owners are getting to say, hey, can you beautify your place a little bit and kind of spruce it up? Because doing that is infectious. People see that and they get on board a lot faster. I'm also sorry that I missed the interview of overall history when you did the person-to-person. I would have loved to have contributed to that. Certainly had some history here where I'm at. And the last thing is, I saw on your maps within your presentations, there's a lot of missing sidewalks in red, and I see that firsthand. Without those, the street looks unbalanced. So thank you for your time and any comments or answers you may propose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does any members of council have any questions for the speaker?
Vice Mayor Schmidt, this is Sarah. Robert, if you would love to email me, it's not too late to be part of the historic interviews for the South Side. So if you'll find my email address in the agenda, I'll be glad to sign you up. I think also Councilmember Whelan asked me to pull up a map of the historic districts.
And Robert, that was, I see that you hung up and that's fine. That was Sarah Dechter who was saying that you should reach out to her. So look up Sarah Dechter or look into the agenda. Great. Thank you so much. That was our last public comment, correct, Stacy?
Yes, that is correct, Vice Mayor.
Wonderful. All right. Sterling, is this when I close the public hearing and turn the conversation inward?
That is correct, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and close the public hearing and turn the conversation inward, Council. Councilman McCarthy.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. That last speaker asked if we had any information about why the lines were drawn where they are on the historic. Does staff have any response to that?
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Yes, so I've put up on the screen the map of the historic districts within and near the South Side. The orange one is the Flagstaff Southside National Register District. At the time that this district was initially inventoried, The majority of buildings in this part of the neighborhood were not over 50 years old. So I'm very glad Robert brought this up because staff is currently had some funding this past fiscal year to update the historic context. So that's the first step in redrawing the district and considering an expansion. And the purpose of that context update was to add civil rights history in Flagstaff to the context for the district. Doing that, we've found that there are many addresses in this portion of the neighborhood, in this southeast portion, that may be eligible now for being considered a contributing property to the district. And so we've started the process of looking at that. We've identified about 55 buildings that need further research, and we have a grant from the State Historic Preservation Office that will allow us to do that research and then resubmit a boundary that is redrawn to the state, which is who actually determines what the boundary of the district should be.
All right. Thank you, Sarah. I hope that answers that question. My other one actually goes to the other public comment we have, and that this plan is, as Sarah has already said, is inspirational. And as far as changing the zoning of anyone's property, that would be not included in the action that we're considering right now. And we are sensitive to property values and the issues that the other speaker brought up. Overall, though, I think this was a job very well done. And I want to thank staff and the community for going out there and helping on this and coming up with something that will work for them. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Sarah, I'm Councilmember Whelan.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I too would like to echo complete satisfaction with this well-done plan, 3 years, and you know the nuances that you and your team, Sarah, have put into this. This is going to be a model for other plans, I would hope. And I just want to thank you so much. I want to thank the South Side for participation and their willingness to hold us all to task, and also understanding the first participants' concern. But as Councilmember McCarthy said, this is not the time. I also believe that we are in the works to walk some of the neighborhood with some business owners, and I would hope that he would be participating in that. And I look forward to walking with everyone and just having a good conversation. So thank you all so much. Beautiful, beautiful work.
Thank you, Councilmember Whelan. And yes, Sarah, thank you so much for your work on this and your team. You know, I know this is not a small lift at all, and I think you and your team did an excellent job, an exemplary job at engaging the public. I love that bingo card that you put together. And, you know, being someone who advocates for public engagement, I really think you really knocked this one out of the ballpark and did a great job at getting us across the finish line together and over 3 years. And that's a very challenging task. And I think we all are very grateful for your hard work and dedication on that. And again, this will be an example. And this has set the new bar for us moving forward. So thank you. Council, any other comments or questions? And if not, is there a motion to read ordinance resolution number 2020-51 by title only?
So moved, Vice Mayor.
And is there a second?
I second that, Mayor, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So we have a motion from Councilmember Aslan and a second from Councilmember Whelan. Any further discussion?
I would just Sorry about jumping the gun there, Councilmember Whelan. If you'd rather take the motion, that's fine with me.
Absolutely not. Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council adopting a minor plan amendment to Chapter 9, Growth and Land Use of the Flagstaff Regional Plan 2030 in association with the Southside Community Specific Plan and establishing an effective date.
Is there a motion to adopt resolution number 2020-51?
Move to adopt, McCarthy.
Is there a second?
Second, Whelan.
We have a motion from Councilmember McCarthy and a second from Councilmember Whelan to adopt resolution number 2020-51. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you so much. Is there a motion to read resolution number 2020-52 regarding the Southside Community Specific Plan by title only?
So moved.
There's a motion from Councilmember Whelan and a second.
Sure. I second that.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. We have a second from Councilmember Aslan. Any further discussion, Council? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council adopting a minor plan amendment to adopt the Southside Community Specific Plan and establishing an effective date.
I move to adopt resolution 2020-52.
Is there a second?
Second, Salas.
We have a motion to adopt from Councilmember McCarthy and a second from Councilmember Salas. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much. That brings us down back to our regular agenda. Item number 8A, consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2020-21, direct to ordinance zoning map amendment by applicant Flagstaff at 4th, LLC, of approximately 13.65 acres of real property located at 1002 North 4th Street, from medium-density residential to highway commercial for the purpose of a horizontal mixed-use development containing commercial, retail, and multifamily residential uses. The development site is located in the Resource Protection Overlay. Staff's recommendation is that we read ordinance number 2021 by title and only for the final time and adopt ordinance number 2020-21. Is there a presentation or is this a follow-up conversation?
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor and council members. This is Patrick St. Clair, Planning Development Manager for this direct ordinance zoning map. I don't have a presentation planned for this second appearance of this, but if you guys have any questions, I am here to answer.
Council, any comments or questions? Councilmember Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. I was just curious from staff if there was any reach out, because when we had this item a couple weeks ago, I was a little concerned about parking. Was there any effort of reach out to the applicant to address my concern about parking at all? So that's my question. So thank you.
Mr. Odegaard, to answer your question, no, we they have they've met their parking requirements and they've taken legitimate reductions in parking and according to the zoning code itself, they do meet the required parking. So we did not discuss additional parking on site. And as well, if I know the applicant is online, if they want to jump in.
I'd be appreciative to hear from the applicant because I do have a concern about it.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, my name is Saki Randersma. I'm the architect of record for the project. Represent the SRA 360 architecture team, and at this time also the LLC, the owner of the property. We met all the requirements on the parking. I do take your concern under account. You guys mentioned one time before, do you guys have enough parking from one bedroom to one space? We do have enough for one-to-one in that category. So we do meet the requirements and do take consideration. We do have, I believe, well enough parking for the project.
Councilmember Odegaard, do you have any follow-up that you'd like to add?
Not at this time, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Whelan.
Thank you. I was just wondering if there, I know there's affordable housing in this package. Could you tell me what the AMI is? Is that at 80%, 50%, 60%?
Yeah, I think it was, Patrick, are you on?
I am. Go ahead, Saki.
All right. Yeah. So it was at 80%. What the AMI is?
That is correct. Yes. In section 5 point, well, we'll be getting to the development agreement, but it is at 80% AMI.
Okay. Is there any room to bring that to 60 or 70%?
I believe in regards to that, we can let the applicant speak, and I believe we also have Jennifer Mickelson from Housing here too that could maybe make comments on that.
Yeah, hi, this is Saki again. I don't have the information to basically help you with that answer. We did work really hard to get to the 80, so we've met the requirement. But since I'm not the developer in this case, I don't know we could make 60 or 70, but we certainly would take that in consideration. So.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe I'm unmuted. Councilmember Whelan, thank you for bringing that up. And I see there's a comment from Jennifer Mickelson.
Yeah, hi, this is Jennifer Michelson. I'm the housing analyst at the city. So I do have a little bit more of an answer about the AMI served. On this particular, and we will get into this a little bit more, or we can cover it more with the development agreement. But this particular project did not partake of any incentives. So they had a little bit more flexibility with the code. If incentives are being taken, we're real strict with limiting that AMI served to that 80%. And so for this, in this case, you can see the language in the affordability plan talks about averaging 80% AMI for those tenants. So they could have, theoretically, they could have a tenant at 60% AMI, 50% AMI, 90% AMI. We're just asking that they average, that they meet that 80% AMI average of all of those affordable units, if that helps.
Thank you for that. Councilmember McCarthy.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. The next agenda item is the development agreement. Is this agenda item that we're on right now, if we pass it, is it contingent upon approval of the development agreement?
No, it's not. The development agreement is is a portion, is a part of the rezoning ordinance. But the rezoning ordinance does not, I can't say it doesn't necessitate the development agreement, but it does include, a number of the agreements that mold the development as it's shown in the zoning map amendment in some ways. But I can't say it's contingent.
So I guess my question is, and maybe this is a question for our legal staff, is hypothetically we could pass the zoning ordinance and then we could not have agreement on the development agreement, and they would get the zoning without having to comply with the development agreement. So it might seem that it would be appropriate to do item 8B before we do item 8A.
Councilmember McCarthy, I'm going to jump in really quick and invite Ms. Rubalcava to join the conversation.
I would love that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and Councilmember McCarthy and Council. Yeah, just to speak to your question, Councilmember McCarthy, there is in the ordinance built in a requirement that the property must be developed in accordance with the development agreement, and that the zoning map amendment that would be approved via the ordinance is conditioned on compliance with the development agreement. Of course, if council prefers to take the development agreement first, that is completely fine. And going to Councilmember Whalen's question earlier about modifying the AMI set forth in the DA, that would be easy to do if that's what council wants, and if the developer is willing to agree to that in order to promote the community benefit of the project. We would just need in the motion on the development agreement that the approval have that modification, that instead of 80% in section, I believe it's 5.3, that's changed to 70%.
So, Vice Mayor, I think Ms. Rubalcava has addressed my concerns adequately, so I'm not concerned about that. Thank you. Thank you, Christina.
Thank you. I do have a question for the developer. Is that something that we could do, move the average AMI to 70%?
Yeah, I can't speak to the developer as an architect, but what I can do is probably get him on the line real quick. He's in the air at this moment, but let me just call him real quick and get right back to you, okay? While we talk. All right.
Wonderful, thank you. In the meanwhile, if there's other comments or questions, council, please speak up now.
So that,
yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm still concerned about parking, but I know Miss Tiffany Antal addressed it last week, saying there's basically going to be no on-street parking in the area. And so it'll force management to, manage the parking there. And so I'm still concerned that there's not enough parking in reality, because I just see so many of these type of housing opportunities here in the community that I see a lot of on-street parking, and sometimes that does have a negative effect to a neighborhood. But just because there is going to be no on-street parking, I'm not going to address it anymore, and I'll let management have to manage that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
This is Saki again. Can I just pipe in real quick? Yeah,
Please,
just talk to Roy Bay. He said 70 would be acceptable.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Ask him if he can do 6. I'm just kidding.
Oh, yeah. Okay, you just got everything you wanted, all right?
I should have asked for 60. Anyway.
Thank you.
We appreciate that very much, and the community does too. So thank you so much, and I'm very much looking forward to this development. This seems like something that this community really desperately does need, and will be a great benefit to our community. So thank you. Any other comments, City Council? If not, is there a motion to read ordinance number 2020-21?
Vice Mayor,
Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll keep this brief, as we spoke more at length on this topic in a previous council meeting. And while it's pretty clear that this amendment is going to pass, I'm still a no. I agree with others that this development is a more appropriate type of development for Flagstaff's growth in general. But again, just because this project meets the very low bar of not being a sprawling off-campus student dormitory, that shouldn't automatically give it a green light for proceeding. So, and I continue to have serious concerns about this as an appropriate and safe location for this large of a project. And I'll just leave my comment there.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. And there is quite a bit of background noise. So again, if your mic is on, please turn it off unless you're speaking. Councilmember Whelan.
I'm wondering if Councilmember Aslan would speak more as to the location. What are the concerns there? I'd like to understand further.
Well, I can share briefly with you what I'm thinking, but again, I think things are going to proceed here. So, you know, in terms of an economical use of our time, I'll keep it short. I'm concerned about traffic. I'm concerned about the existing neighbors in the general area in the region, and I'm concerned about the commercial space not becoming utilized in an appropriate manner and a timely manner.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
And also, frankly, you know, this isn't the major consideration, but I will share that I do have severe concerns about the view shed in that particular location as well. That's very much incidental to the question, though.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. Council, is there a motion to read?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I move to read the ordinance 2020-21 by title only for the final time.
Is there a second? I'll go ahead and second that myself. So there's a motion to read by Councilmember Whelan, a second by myself. Ordinance number 2020-21. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, that motion carries.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff zoning map to rezone approximately 13.65 acres of real property located at 1002 North 4th Street on parcel number 106-08-005J from medium density residential MR to highway commercial HC with conditions and establishing an effective date.
Is there a motion to adopt ordinance number 2020-21?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second, Salas.
We have a motion from Councilmember Whelan and a second from Councilmember Salas to adopt ordinance number 2020-21. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you so very much. That brings us down to item number 8B. After this item, we're going to take a short break, but we're going to move on to 8B for now, which is a consideration and adoption of resolution number 2020-50, a resolution authorizing the execution of a development agreement between Flagstaff at 4th LLC and the City of Flagstaff related to the development of approximately 13.65 acres of real property located at 1002 North 4th Street. Staff's recommendation is that we read resolution number 2020-50 by title only and adopt.
Patrick, you're muted.
I'm sorry about that. Let me start over. So good afternoon, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Patrick St. Clair. I'm here to introduce you to the Flagstaff at 4th Development Agreement, resolution number 2020-50. The development agreement is associated with the direct ordinance zoning map amendment application for a horizontal mixed-use development at 1002 North 4th Street. To quickly orient you to the address, this map indicates the parcel with a red star and shows its location at the northeast corner of North 4th Street and Butler Avenue. As a reminder, the site plan for the proposed horizontal mixed-use development shows a 6,000 square foot commercial structure in the southwest corner of the site and in four-story residential buildings with the clubhouse located in the northeast of the parcel. The development agreement for this horizontal mixed-use development memorializes the residential unit mix count, clarifies the scope of the commercial building interior and systems construction completion levels, indicates fees and payment timing for the following: in lieu frontage improvements, the proportional share of the intersection permanent stoplight at Butler and 4th Street, and fees for the J.W. Powell Water District transmission main proportional share. The agreement sets out roles and responsibilities regarding the administration of the affordable housing units and sets requirements for non-leased commercial spaces. It also records bicycle parking space count and locations and electric vehicle parking space count in general locations. City Council has the following options regarding the proposed resolution. Council may approve the development agreement, approve the development agreement with additional modified or deleted terms. It may remand the development agreement back to staff for additional negotiations or deny the development agreement. And that is the end of the presentation. If there are questions, I'm available, and we could check and see if the applicant has a presentation too. I'm not sure of that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Council, do we have any questions or comments? I'd like to just know that Mayor Evans is with us on the call, but not seeing any comments. Council, is there a motion to read Resolution 2020-50 by title only?
Vice Mayor, I'd like to move to read resolution number 2020-50 by title only with the amendment of, did I say 60% AMI? No, 70%, 70% AMI. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Whelan. Is there a second?
Second, that Salas.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
That motion carries. Thank you so much.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, authorizing the execution of a development agreement between Flagstaff at 4th LLC and the City of Flagstaff related to the development of approximately 13.65 acres of real property generally located at 1002 North 4th Street and establishing an effective date as amended.
Council, is there a motion to adopt resolution number 2020-50?
Motion to adopt Salas.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Whelan. Council, any further discussion? We have a motion from Councilmember Salas and a second from Councilmember Whelan. All those in favor?
Brief discussion, Jim McCarthy. It's understood that that's with the amendment to 70%.
Correct. With an amendment to 70% AMI. Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
That motion carries. Thank you so much. Council, we're going to take a 10-minute break and we'll be back at 55 after. So in 10 minutes from now. Thank you so much.
On streaming.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to the Vice Mayor. You did an absolute awesome job in my absence. I was able to sit back and listen to the meeting, and I appreciate the way you were running it. I believe we are now down to item number 8C. Item number 8C is consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2020-23. This is an ordinance amending the Flagstaff City Code, Chapter 1-14. Personnel System and the Flagstaff Employee Handbook of Regulations, Chapter 1-10-070, Employee Advisory Committee. Staff's recommended action at tonight's meeting is that we read ordinance number 2020-23 by title only for the first time. Is there a presentation for this?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Jeannie Gallagher, Director of Human Resources. We do not have a presentation. These are minor administrative changes to the current code and ordinance initiated by the Employee Advisory Committee to help improve their ability to represent the employee population. So I am happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Council, do you have any questions or any comments? Okay, not seeing and Mr. McCarthy.
All right, got my mic back on. Mayor, are you ready for a motion?
I am, thank you.
I read the changes and I think they're good changes. I move to read ordinance 2020-23 by title only for the first time.
Is there a second?
This is Charlie, second.
There's been a motion made by Ms. McCarthy and a second by Mr. Odegaard to read ordinance number 2020-23 by title only for the first time. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, amending the Flagstaff City Code, Chapter 1-14, Personnel System, and the Flagstaff Employee Handbook of Regulations, Section 1-10-070, Employee Advisory Committee, providing for penalties, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and establishing an effective date.
Just as a reminder to council, staff, and anyone else listening, it would be the Flagstaff City Council's intention at our September 15th, 2020 council meeting to read ordinance number 2020-23 by title only for the final time, and then to adopt ordinance number 2020-23. Thank you. We're now down to 8D. This is consideration and adoption of resolution number 2020-13 and ordinance number 2020-10. This is a resolution of the Flagstaff City Council declaring a public record that a certain document filed with the city clerk and entitled Street Lighting and Traffic Signal Signing and Pavement Marking Code Amendments and the ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, amending the Flagstaff City Code Title 13, Engineering Design Standards and Specifications for New Infrastructure by adopting by reference that certain document entitled Street Lighting and Traffic Signal Signing and Pavement Marking Code Amendments, providing for penalties, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and establishing an effective date. Staff's recommended action at this meeting tonight is that we read resolution number 2020-13 by title only, that we read ordinance number 2020-10 by title only for the first time. Staff?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Jeff Bowman, City Traffic Engineer. I don't have a new presentation this week. I do have it available if you have any questions. These are the items that we went over in a work session last week. I would offer that several members of the SLEDS team are on the call if you have any questions or follow-up for me or them. The acting director of the Naval Observatory, Dr. Michael DiVittorio, did provide me a brief statement that I'd like to read. He says, I would like to thank all the parties involved with the SLEDS project for their hard work and cooperation. I believe that SLEDS is an important part of the larger effort to preserve the dark skies of Flagstaff. The U.S. Naval Observatory is grateful for having been included in this process and for having our input taken into consideration. Again, thank you, Dr. Michael DiVittorio, Acting Director. Again, if you have any questions or follow-up from last week, I'd be happy to get into that. Otherwise, I don't have a presentation.
Council, is there a motion?
Mayor, this is Jim McCarthy. I move to read Resolution 2020-13 by title only.
I'll second that.
There's been a motion made by Mr. McCarthy with a second by Mr. Aslan to read Resolution number 2020-13 by title only. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council declaring as a public record that certain document filed with the city clerk and entitled Street Lighting and Traffic Signals, Signing, and Pavement Markings Code Amendments.
Is there a motion to read ordinance number 2020-10 by title only for the first time?
So moved, McCarthy.
Seconded.
There's been a motion made by Mr. McCarthy and a second by Ms. Whelan to read ordinance number 2020-10 by title only for the first time. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff City Code Title 13 Engineering Design Standards and Specifications for New Infrastructure by adopting by reference that certain document entitled Street Lighting and Traffic Signals, Signing, and Pavement Markings Code Amendments, providing for penalties, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and establishing an effective date.
This is a reminder to council staff and those listening that at the September 15, 2020 council meeting, it would be the Flagstaff City Council's intention to adopt resolution number 2020-13 and read ordinance number 2020-10 by title only for the final time, and then to adopt ordinance number 2020-10. Thank you. We're now down to item number 8C. This is a consideration approval of a preliminary plat. This is a request from JP325 LLC for Juniper Point Phase 1, a 38-unit single-family residential subdivision. The site is 105.8 acres in size, of which 17.23 acres are being developed for the subdivision. The subdivision is located at 2000 John Wesley Powell Boulevard in the RR Rural Residential Zoning District. Staff's recommended action. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommends with a 5-1 vote that the City Council approve the preliminary plat with the conditions shown in the executive summary. Staff?
Neil, I believe you may be on mute.
My apologies. This is Neil Gullickson with the Community Development Department. I'm a Planning Development Manager. And as the mayor said, we're talking today about a preliminary plat for Juniper Point Phase 1. I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties. I'm not understanding. This is Canyon Del Rio. And
Neil,
that is not the subdivision we're talking about today.
Neil, this is Tiffany. I'm going to help you by pulling up your presentation, okay?
Thank you.
Do we want to maybe take a 5-minute break and get the presentation set?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and come back at 5:10. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we are back on.
Okay, well, with that, let's go ahead with the presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. This is Neil Gullickson. Again, I'm Planning Development Manager with Community Development. This application is a preliminary plat for Juniper Point Phase 1. Just to remind the council about process. Subdivision plat starts with a concept plat that is reviewed by staff, and that's administrative level review, followed by a preliminary plat Preliminary plat is again reviewed by staff to ensure that it's meeting the zoning and the engineering and other codes. That preliminary plat is reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and they made a recommendation to council. Council then reviews the preliminary plat. After the preliminary plat, staff will accept civil design plans and a final plat, and the final plat comes back to City Council for final review. Tiffany, if you can move the slide down for me. The site is located at 2000 West John Wesley Powell Boulevard, includes 38 single-family residential lots. Subdivision involves 3 existing parcels, of which 17.23 acres are proposed to be used for this initial subdivision. Tiffany, if you can roll down for me. This is a very busy site or location map. The site is on the north side of John Wesley Powell Boulevard, just north of the Pine Canyon subdivision, south of I-40, and about a half mile southeast of the Lone Tree or the Community College Lone Tree campus. Next one's Tiffany. Okay. This is a picture of the preliminary plat. You can see the 38 lots, public street. To access those lots coming directly off of John Wesley Powell Boulevard. Site is located within the urban growth boundary, so the city can supply water and sewer services to this subdivision. Next slide, please. The orange boundary on this map kind of shows Juniper Point. The subdivision we're looking at is labeled with a JP and located in kind of the lower left corner of that. I would also call your attention to the U6, which is Urban Activity Center number 6 on the regional plan. This site was subject to a specific plan that was approved in 2006. That was also called Juniper Point. Subsequent to that specific plan, the applicant proposed to rezone the property in compliance with that specific plan. That rezoning failed. It actually never made it to council. The applicant and staff could never agree on the offsite improvements and the costs associated with those. So the subsequent developer is what's proposing this for subdivision. The subdivision you're seeing today is in compliance with the specific plan in number of lots, density, and basic outline. One of the reasons, or you'll see later in my presentation, a requirement that requires a development master plan before the next subdivision or development is proposed for Juniper Point. That development master plan is being required based on conversations staff's had with the developer. Potentially the developer is interested in moving Urban Activity Center number 6 and relocating density. Initial conversations do not lead me to believe that they want to necessarily increase or decrease the density. For your information, the approximate density approved at the specific plan for Juniper Point was about 1,500 units. They do want to move that around a little bit. So if we can go to the next slide, Tiffany, that would be great. Site is zoned rural residential, which allows 1 unit per acre. 38 lots, in this case on 105 acres, certainly meets that requirement. The developer is using the PRD option, which allows single-family houses. Those lots are 5,000 square foot. It uses the T3N2 development standards for building placement, form, setbacks, those types of things. The developer is asking or proposing certain modifications to the PRD. Those modifications are based on topography. This subdivision, the road runs right down the top of a ridge, and then the ridge starts to fall off, leaving the fronts of the lots a little bit higher in elevation than the rears. So they're asking for a 20-foot minimum building width in the front facade zone instead of 50% of the building width. Staff is not opposed to that. Garage facade is set back a minimum of 10 feet from the home, including the front porch. In no case can the garage facade be located forward of the habitable portion of the home. That potentially makes it easier to get on the steeper slopes, get the garage at a usable location. Garage door width is 16 feet wide. Walls on either side of the garage are 2 feet for a total width of 20 feet. And the ground finished floor level may be lower than the sidewalk grade and 12 inches above the surrounding grade, providing a positive stormwater flow away from the house. The current standard is that the house be located 18 inches above the adjacent sidewalk. In this case, with the topography falling off from the sidewalks, we would end up with buildings elevated considerably in the air to meet that requirement. Staff reviewed and believes that 12 inches above the adjacent grade is an appropriate compromise. Tiffany, if you can roll down. Resources. This site is located in the resource protection overlay. 15% of the site is required to be in common open space, and that would equal 2.3 acres. 5.16 are being provided. Additionally, 15% of each lot area for private open space is required. There's 3 levels of slopes that we're regulating: 17 to 25%, 25 to 35, and 35 above. All 3 slope categories are being met by this subdivision. If you can roll down. Forest resources, approximately 400,000 square feet of forest resources on this site. Half of those need to be preserved. The preservation rate that's being proposed is 58.6% of the forest canopy. The forest resources being met. Flood resources are required to be maintained at 100% level. There are about 1,400 square feet of resource located down towards the Bow and Arrow Wash. Again, all that resource is being preserved. If you can move down, that would be great. A TIA was not required with this subdivision. The subdivision does not in itself meet the threshold to require a traffic impact analysis. For the council's information, 100 peak hour trips is that threshold. This one is substantially less than that, about half. But as part of the DMP that I discussed a little bit earlier, a TIA and WSIA and a drainage impact analysis will need to be revisited. Those impact analyses were completed in 2006 when the specific plan were done. There certainly will need to be refreshed at this time. Water and sewer services, again, the WSA was waived until the DMP is provided. There is adequate capacity in the water and sewer lines that service this area. There is offsite and LID basins located adjacent to the Bow and Arrow Wash that are proposed to service this subdivision. Our water services folks are very happy with what's being proposed. Tiffany, if you can move down again. So recommendation, it's recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission by a 5-to-1 vote that the City Council approve the preliminary plat, subject to several conditions. With the civil engineering plan submittal, we're asking that they provide details for walking trails across tracks A and E that will get from the subdivision down to the Foots Trail and the Bow and Arrow Wash. I actually asked for additional, where there's terrain, that the trail be rocks and boulders and steps be created to make it a usable trail. If you can roll down one more slide. The typical T3N2 family standard sheets, which were located on the second page of the preliminary plat that was attached to your report, be attached to the final plat. The third bullet, the area between the eastern subdivision boundary and lots 27 and 38 be assigned a tract number on the final plat. Forest and slope resource disturbance area calculations for sewer line and drainage easements be identified on the final plat and be accountable to tract E development. And slope and forest resources removed or encroached in the construction of the detention basin also be identified and credited toward the development of the parcel they're located on. With that, I'll go ahead and close my presentation and make myself available for any questions that you might have. I would also note that I believe the developer is listening in on the meeting and available for questions.
We're going to start with Mr. Aslan. Mr. Aslan?
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Brett. I have a question about the Arizona Trail. I believe it runs a little bit to the east of that location, but I'm wondering if we could just take a look at that on the map, and even if just with your pointer or the cursor, you could sort of indicate where the AZT is in the context of what we're talking about.
I can certainly try and do that. Okay, so there's 2 foot trails that we're talking about. The one I mentioned in my report actually runs in the wash here. And that would be to the north of the development. And that's where I'm trying to get the trail to. There's also a foots trail over here by Lone Tree Road that comes under John Wesley Powell and into the Pine Canyon development. That trail is not being affected or enhanced by this development.
And
So,
my question is about the Arizona Trail. I'm just curious where that runs
I'm
through.
sorry, I was saying foots trail.
I know
the Arizona Trail is located to the east of this, and as I recall, it goes under. Does it go under the freeway at Babbitt Avenue or Babbitt Street, which would be right up in here, and then continues down this way and over towards Fisher Point.
Okay.
That's a fair distance from this subdivision. This is state land here. Oh, you're not seeing my cursor, are you? But state land is immediately adjacent to the east of Canyondale or Juniper Point, excuse me. I have too many subdivisions in the hopper.
Well, thank you. That's consistent with my understanding of the landscape there. Partially just mentioning that, so it's in everyone else. It's on everyone else's mind as well as we discussed. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Neil, this looks like a pretty good development. We see a lot of very, very high density coming through, so it's good to see some single family homes. The lot sizes are reasonable. They're not, overly big like luxury, but they're reasonable. And so I think it's a good project. I did notice in your presentation that it was unanimously approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission with the exception of 1 vote. So I guess my question is, did whoever that was, did they give a reason that they voted no on it? Did they tie it to the findings that are required, or anything that we can learn from that person's dissent?
Yes. That vote brought up during the general conversation that the Planning and Zoning Commission had. My notes indicate that recycling and wiser use of our resources was primarily his concern. He also noted that there are many other developments in the works, and he specifically identified energy, waste, and water systems that need to become very efficient. And I think he followed that up with, kind of tied it together, needing to build a sustainable city. When it came to the actual vote, no comment was made regarding meeting or not meeting the findings.
Thank you, Neil. I appreciate your input.
You bet.
Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, Mayor. Neil, I am trying to get oriented, but I'm wondering, the maps seem to be too small for me. So could we go to that's it. And
okay.
Can you orient me, please?
Okay. This is Pine Canyon right here, or excuse me. Pine Canyon is
right there.
Yeah, right here. Okay. John Wesley Powell Boulevard runs from Lake Mary Road, which is over on the left edge of your screen,
Yes.
and runs across the top edge of Pine Canyon.
Okay.
The development is located approximately where the L in BLVD is. Would point to it. There's kind of a square there, and that is immediately adjacent to John Wesley Powell Boulevard.
Could you? I'm sorry, Neil.
Go ahead.
Could you point out the 62 acres that the city owns? Where they
they're called the Shark Bite.
Yeah.
I think that's where the cursor is right now.
So I know in the past we've had discussions about that would be difficult for sewer and water, but we're saying that this development would not be challenged like the city property would be challenged?
I'll qualify my response here. It's been a number of years since I looked at that. So I've looked where kind of the S and the E and JP phase is. There's a grade break there that affects about, I'd say almost a third, that easterly third of the piece of property you're talking about. And that grade break goes in and covers then just to the east on this piece of property. And those need to be ultimately sewered all the way back down. It's the Rio de Flag off to the east. The rest of this property can sewer down towards the Bow and Arrow Wash.
Okay.
So there is some concern there. The original Juniper Point had proposed to pump up over that grade break and then take gravity for the sewer. So, but yes, I believe there are some concerns about sewering a portion of our property or the city's property.
Okay, so what I heard you say in layman's terms is that 2/3 of that property that the city owns, the Shark Bite, could be sewered normally, and it's the only 1/3 that would be challenging.
Yeah, take my 1/3 and 2/3 with a grain of salt. I don't remember exactly what the dimensions are, but yes, I believe there is a portion that can.
Okay, well, that's good news, Neil.
Okay.
Thank you.
I like delivering good news.
Thanks for the orientation.
Council, any more comments? Okay. We are being asked to approve this preliminary plat with the conditions that were shown. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mayor.
It's Ms. Charlie, second.
Okay, there's been a motion made by the Vice Mayor and a second by Mr. Odegaard to approve this preliminary plat with the conditions shown. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We're now down to item number 9. Item number 9, discussion items. We have one. This is a citizen's petition. The placement of 3 15 miles per hour, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. school days signs with corresponding in-school zone signs on Pine Cliff Drive and Gemini Road.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Stacy Salzberg, City Clerk. I do have the petitioner on the line. His name is Kerry Richardson, and he is prepared to offer his 3-minute statement and introduction of this item. But it is before you and the council for discussion and possible direction to staff. So if you are ready, I would be happy to ask Mr. Richardson to offer his comments.
Yes, if Mr. Richardson can please weigh in.
Thank you very much, council members, vice council, for having me again. I spoke to you back in February about having 15-mile-an-hour school zone signs around bases Flagstaff and Gemini Pine Cliff Drive. The state has certain guidelines to gauge the need of such signs. There was a test, and bases did not meet the markers required during a test this spring. I'm asking you to override the testing guidelines and place 3 permanent 15-mile-an-hour school zone signs around bases for very simple and logical reasons. Because my stance is based on logic and it's 2020, I'm also going to ask the council to consider 2 permanent school zone signs on Highway 180, Fort Valley Road at Seacrest Elementary as well. There is precedence that Flagstaff has ignored state regulations before where the safety of its children is concerned. The state guidelines state that no school speed limit signs should be placed around a high school. The state's guidelines are a little bit outdated and from 1950. Flagstaff has placed 8 permanent school zone signs around Flagstaff High School, and 3 of those are mere feet in front of a stop sign, as the picture demonstrates, as I sent an email out on, I believe it was Monday morning, with the pictures that I'm referring to. There's also a sign there on a one-way road in front of the football stadium that the only way you can get to that is if you jump the curb at Mama Burger. Coconino High has also received 5 permanent school zone signs. One is placed feet from a dead-end road sign, as the picture shows. And once again, Flagstaff placed a sign on a one-way road for a no school zone sign. State guidelines state no permanent school zone sign should be placed at a high school at all. For the safety of its children, Flagstaff ignored the guidelines and posted 13 permanent school zone signs around a high school. Arizona's 1950 guidelines state the school should be responsible for the rolling out of temporary 15-mile-an-hour school zone signs from the school and then rolling them back in the afternoon. The major problem that demands revision of the state's guidelines are school shootings. A 21st century security report would obviously be concerned with routines that open locked doors unnecessarily when a simple solution is available, such as permanent signs. The state counts automobiles during its studies. I've included pictures from the from the February construction and their construction progress till now in August. It is completely obvious that the vehicle count will rise as a construction.
Thank you.
Sure.
Council, do you have any questions for our speaker? Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do have a question for the guest speaker. Can the schools request these signs? I thought for some reason I've read in my packet that the school can initiate the request for these signs. And if so, has the school done that, or have you talked to the school concerning the signage?
I have been in contact with the school about it. The school can request the rollout signs. As I said, are requesting permanent signs for a couple of reasons there. Due to the number of construction projects that are going on Gemini and Pinecliff, the traffic there is going to increase immensely. There's 4 current construction projects that are going to significantly increase the traffic, and then there's 4 more properties for sale with just as much coming in. And if we just normalize the situation and put out the school zone signs before all this traffic showed up, it would just be normal. That's also the same reason I included on 180 there at Seacrest Elementary. Like in the wintertime when the snow plows come and when we have our, a daily snow shower of some sort, we get 6 inches of snow during the day, the the school zone signs are out. The snow plow drivers have to miss those. So then they melt, during the day and then refreeze at night. So we have patches of ice on the road that's created by the snowplows not being able to do their jobs because of the rollout signs there at Seacrest. And that just makes a lot of sense in the community to have those signs placed there. And as far as the basis, like I said, the traffic there is going to be doing nothing but increasing when you look at, when you see all the construction that's going on and the construction that's going to be coming in. So yes, the school has contacted about rollout signs. Sadly, the main chief of operations who was spearheading that project for the school no longer left the school, is no longer with the school. She left at the beginning of August.
Okay, I just want to make sure that council stays focused. This particular petition that we are considering has to do with signs on Pinecliff Drive and Gemini Road. Okay, the way the petition was written and what we're looking at tonight is specific to that and not any other road. Okay, that is what this has been agendized for. We're going to go first to Mr. McCarthy, followed by Ms. Whelan.
I would just ask the petitioner if for the Pinecliff and Gemini roads, these permanent signs, would they be 15 miles an hour, or would they be just a sign saying this is a school, or would they be variable depending on if school's in or not out?
I thought like other schools, permanent school zone signs with 7 a.m. To 5 p.m. On Monday through Friday. Because it is now a kindergarten through 12th grade school, when school was back to normal, when everything was running, kids would start showing up at 7 a.m. And between sports and other school projects, some kids were actually there as late as 7 or 8 o'clock at night.
So the speed limit would be 15 during those hours and would be 25 or whatever during other hours. Is that correct?
Correct. It's 35 right now.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to support this petition. I think anytime we can take action to keep our students and our neighborhoods and teachers safe, we should take that opportunity. This isn't the first concern that we've heard about speeding around school zones. And I understand that the signs can be rolled out and that as a teacher, some days they just don't get rolled out. And I've seen that time and time again. So I would like to move this forward, permanent signs in these two locations. Thank you very much for bringing this to council.
Mr. Aslan?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Carrie. That you're Carrie, right?
Yes, I'm Carrie, and thank you very much, Miss was it Austin for those remarks? Or
well,
sorry.
Yeah. Carrie, I just want to take a moment to sit here with what we're talking about and acknowledge what you're doing as a citizen, as a concerned neighbor, probably as a parent. I really appreciate and thank you for your activism and for your passion and the concern you have for the safety of pedestrians and students in that area. That really means a lot to me to know that there are folks like you out there who are struggling with this and going the extra mile and taking the extra effort to make things happen. And I don't know this for certain, but it's pretty clear to me, correct me if I'm wrong, that you're coming to us with a citizen's petition because you feel maybe that you're hitting for a lack of a better pun, a roadblock. You're hitting a wall, and other efforts to try to get this situation resolved aren't coming to fruition. I do want to tell you that I'm struggling with how to proceed on this, and it's mostly out of a sense of the precedent that it might set or that has been set in the past. When it comes to traffic safety, I think we have a very good team, and we have a very good city engineering team and planning team that knows how to call traffic fairly well, and I'm sure they understand that this area presents challenges and risks for pedestrians. What I also just wanted to comment too. You said that this comes purely out of straight logic, and while I appreciate that, and I see the rational side of this that you're speaking from, I can also tell you as a world citizen in the year 2020 that people can see logic very differently when they're looking at the same thing. And so I don't want to forestall the actual civic engineering process that is the major decision-making component of where we put street signs in our town. Do you know of any instances in Flagstaff in the last few years where a citizen's petition has resulted in new signage or traffic engineering or traffic modification? And that's a question both for you, Carrie, and I don't know if anyone else is on the line who could authoritatively speak to that.
I actually have no idea. I am new to the Flagstaff community. I lived out in Sedona, and I moved to Flagstaff solely for basis to bring my kid to Flagstaff, or to bring my two kids attend basis, to bring both of my kids up to basis. And like I said, I saw the need just because of the amount of construction that's going on, the amount of construction that's going to be coming, and I thought it'd just be simple if those signs were in place. So when all the new traffic shows up, it would just be normal that this is the case. And like I said, I'm only supposed to speak about bases, but that's what I threw Seacrest out there just because it was 2020, and that Seacrest their rollout signs definitely pose a hazard on the roads during wintertime, without a doubt. And I think anybody who's driven that road can agree on that.
Mm-hmm. And Carrie,
as far as any other things, I have no idea. Like I said, I've only been in the Flagstaff community now 2.5 years. I have no idea about any other citizen petitions that have come.
Carrie, I think we're about to hear from the city manager on this too, but I wanted to just follow up with you really quickly and hope that you understand the concern about the next time a certain resident sees an issue through a certain lens of logic and gets a petition signed, and maybe I think what you're coming up with here seems reasonable to it passes the smell test. This is one thing I like to say, but that's not always the best bar to use. Because there's always peripheral factors, especially when it comes to traffic and the way that streets work. So I just hold on to that as a concern. And I'm just thinking out loud here with you, but I'm eager to hear from the city manager.
Before the city manager weighs in, I want to make sure that council and Mr. Carey and the public understands that per law, we can only discuss what we have agendized to discuss. In this particular case, this is agendized, the citizen's petition. We are talking about Pine Cliff Drive and Gemini Road. So I just need to remind us that per law, because of the way it's been agendized and the way the citizens initiative came in, those are the only things that we are discussing under this line item. Mr. Clifton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council, and thanks to the petitioner for bringing this forward. I do not want to stray too far from the topic. I just wanted to address the question that was posed about citizen petitions. And I'm just speaking over the course of the past year. I don't believe we have seen any. And while I will be reluctant to cite with detail the specifics, and they are ironically referenced in my report to the council this evening, there have been a couple of instances where the city has taken action to address speeds, crosswalks, related topics pursuant to citizen output or citizen input and meetings with neighborhoods. One of those instances did involve coordination with ADOT, but neither of those instances involved a petition, but it was an outcome that was sought by citizens. So I hope that's a clarification. Mayor, I'm sorry if I strayed.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Vice Mayor, followed by Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Kelly, for bringing this petition to us, and welcome to town. My comment, I think that this is a larger discussion that I'd like to have, but I'd like to have it in regards to an update on all of our schools and all of the traffic in relation to our schools. I had a conversation with the city manager earlier this week on this topic as well, and in his report, he does talk about other school efforts, and I just think that this topic deserves a larger conversation, not only on the outlined locations, but a grander view. So I was planning to vote no on this, just to bring forward a fair item or work with leadership to bring forward a larger conversation to us. And that's my comment. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. Ms. Salas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'd like to thank the citizens who move forward with this petition. You're talking about my neighborhood. I live on East Ponderosa Parkway, which is perpendicular to Pine Cliff. So I see traffic day in and day out. I see here and feel traffic. So I strongly support this petition moving forward, which does not preclude a bigger, wider conversation about traffic and traffic safety in Flagstaff schools. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Mr. McCarthy, and then I have a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. We're not deciding tonight if we're going to do this or not. What we're deciding tonight is, do we want to have a little bit more detailed discussion with some staff input? And I do support that. I'm interested in the traffic engineer's input. I believe we should move this forward. I will say that Mr. John Victoria asked me to go up there and watch the traffic in the morning, so I did that, and so I have kind of a idea what's going on up there. So anyway, I do support moving it forward and having a discussion. I don't care if it's focused on just this one site. It probably makes a lot of sense, as the Vice Mayor suggested, that we broaden it and maybe include discussion of other sites. I'll leave that up to staff, but I do support moving this one forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So I have a comment, and then I'll go to Mr. Odegaard. So first of all, I do want to say thank you to the applicant, to the resident who brought this forward. I had the opportunity to also talk with Mr. Victoria and go up and look at this school site. I think I will agree with, I believe, the Vice Mayor and Mr. McCarthy that there should be a discussion. I am sitting here thinking that we have a traffic commission at the City of Flagstaff, as well as our traffic engineers. I'm wondering if this is something that our traffic commission could look at. I also want to say that the other sites that were mentioned that currently have signage that is different, are not in accordance to state regulation. Those were all public schools that requested these particular signs. This is a private school that for some reason is not requesting these signs. And so I am wondering, as part of this conversation, is the fact that someone has to pay for these signs as well. And I'm wondering if when we have the broader conversation, I think this should be a conversation because this particular petition has to do with one school. I do think there needs to be a broader conversation about the other schools, but very specifically, I think this should go to the Traffic Commission. I do think that BASIS should be invited, leadership from that school, to be part of the conversation, along with our Traffic Commission and our city engineers. I do think if it's decided that these signs need to go up, because BASIS is a private school, then that we need to have a conversation about who pays for these signs. and how these signs get put up. So that would be my recommendation for this. Mr. Odegaard.
Can I follow up with that, ma'am? I did mention in the email that I sent on a Monday that the Basis Parents Booster Group would be willing to pay for the 5 school signs, 3 at our place and 2 at the other.
And I really appreciate that, that the booster club or group is going to pay for them. I would like to actually talk to the school administration first. Sure. Because I think that if this is a dangerous situation, as you've articulated, if our traffic commission and our engineers agree, then I'm wondering why the school administration first wouldn't put this in their budget before they asked a booster club to spend money that could also be utilized on the kiddos. That's just my personal opinion. I'm just one of 6. Mr. Odegaard.
Thank you, Mayor. All I was going to do is just say I'm in support of this citizens petition on moving it forward concerning the signage for what was asked in the petition. So thank you.
Mr. Odegaard, can I go back to you and ask you, there seems to be a growing consensus of individuals who are interested in actually having the conversation move forward. I have proposed the traffic commission because I know the city of Flagstaff has one, working in support with our city engineers. Is that something you would be interested in?
Yes, Mayor, and I do believe this would be a good topic for a future discussion for the Traffic Commission concerning citywide on this issue. So, yes, well, thank you.
Ms. McCarthy, I'm going to go back to you because you put something in the chat.
Yeah, as I put in the chat, I think sending this to the Traffic Commission makes a lot of sense. So I think that's an excellent idea. We'll keep you, Mayor.
Mr. Aslan.
Yeah, I want to say that I'm a no on moving this forward, but Carrie, it's not out of any sense of not wanting this matter to succeed. I just think there's a more appropriate course of action. And I think it helps maintain a more appropriate precedent in terms of how we agree as a community to the traffic signs that we're putting on our roads. So with all expediency, I hope that this matter succeeds. And I hope you get the desired result. And I think there's a more appropriate course of action that might actually move things along just as quickly, if not quicker. And that includes supporting the mayor's recommendation that we take this to the Traffic Commission.
So are you a yes for that or a no?
I'm a yes for your suggestion that we move to the Traffic Commission, if that clarifies things.
Thank you, Mr. Aslan. Vice Mayor.
Mayor, that's a great idea. I like the idea of going to the commission for sure. And like Councilmember Aslan, I think it's best for us to bring this forward with a more holistic approach. But if council votes to support this as a specific agenda item, I definitely support that. But I'd rather see us come back with a different approach. So I'm voting no, but just to bring it back more properly, in my opinion. Thank you.
So, Vice Mayor, I want to go back to you because there's a consensus, and I just want to make sure that you understand what I hear the consensus to be. The idea was that we would forward this to our Traffic Commission and have them work with the city engineer to look at this particular item, right? This particular citizen's petition when it comes to Pine Cliff and Gemini Road. Then there was the additional comment that they could go and look at other issues related to schools and school safety when it comes to vehicles as another agenda item. Do you understand that?
I do, and Mayor, I support that. And if that's something that city manager can orchestrate and help make happen, I fully support that plan and appreciate that.
I'm gonna circle back to Ms. Salas. Ms. Salas, would you support that?
Yes, madam.
Ms. Whelan, how about you?
Yes.
Mr. Odegaard?
Yes, Mayor.
City Manager, do you feel like you have direction on this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Council, for a thoughtful discussion. I'll summarize and you can correct me if I'm off base, Mayor. I see this matter going forward to the Traffic Commission for discussion. And the second part is that discussion, and of course this would be facilitated by staff and specifically our traffic engineers. That discussion would also be in conjunction with a larger, more global discussion and perhaps analysis about other schools within the city.
And that the basis school would be invited to join the conversation, as if there will be a financial cost to this. And we would like to have a discussion with them about that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that we'll go ahead and move on. If there's no more comments on this item. We are now down.
I'd like to thank everyone for their time in hearing this, and thanks everyone for putting in their extra time and devotion and serving the city of Flagstaff. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now down to item number 10. Item number 10 is council liaison reports. This would be for commissions that we sit on in our capacity as council members. Are there any such reports tonight? I see nothing, so we'll go ahead and move.
I'll do one.
Well, I see Miss Whelan, and then I'll recognize you, Mr. Aslan.
Okay.
Miss Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me just look at my notes here. So NACOG had their executive council meeting along with the Head Start meeting. We approved the Economic Development Council scope, which functions with the focus areas are workforce and education, economic and community health, infrastructure, and maximizing available assets to support existing businesses. The fifth focus area is natural resources as an economic driver. Those were all approved and moved forward. And as I've been saying, there seems to be a lot of monies available in those areas to help Northern Arizona cope with what has been going on. Hence, that scope of work was amended. So that's exciting news. Head Start has just had a really tough time of it, and so have the parents and the children. They've been working very hard. They have not opened yet because they do not want to open and then close down, but they've been firming up how they're going to teach and making things available online for the children and the parents. And I just wanted to let you know that that's moving forward. And I think that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, maybe mute.
Mr. Aslan.
Yeah, thank you. So I've attended several meetings this past month. The Open Spaces Commission, the Sustainability Commission, the Coconino Plateau Water Advisory Council. And the update that I'd like to share with you is that we have a newly appointed co-chair for the Governmental Affairs Committee over at the CPWAC. And very pleased to announce that that is our own city manager, Greg Clifton. And he'll be doing that jointly with the deputy county manager, Joanne Keene. And we're very much looking forward to the new insights that they bring to that important Water Advisory Council. And not that you can ever replace the immutable Brad Hill, but this is going to be a nice addition to the team. And I just wanted to create a little bit of space to acknowledge that. I think Greg also mentioned this in his city manager report, but I thought I'd lift it up here.
Okay, Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, Mayor, just wanted to touch base concerning the BPAC Commission. They have not met, but there was an email sent out by Eliza looking for dates for a budget retreat that they do every year. Most likely it'll probably be an online budget retreat. But the takeaway concerning that budget retreat is they'll be looking at prioritizing existing projects that's in their 5-year plan of funding of those priority projects they would like to see funded. There will be no new ideas or any add-ons just because of budgetary restrictions. And so I just want to put that as awareness. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, is there anything else? Okay, Council, we'll go ahead and move to item number 11. Item number 11 is future agenda item requests. So after discussion and upon agreement by 3 members of council, an item will be moved to a regularly scheduled council meeting for further discussion. First up is item number 11A. This is a citizen's petition requesting that the council consider changes to the US 89 and Smoke Rise Drive intersection to help patrons crossing the street and vehicles leaving KOA be more efficient and safer. And I believe that the petitioner is on the line. I'd like to go ahead and ask Mr. Alex Russell. You have 3 minutes to explain this to council. Go ahead. Hello.
Mr. Russell, are you on mute? Mayor, perhaps I can try to call him directly and see if I can get him connected that way, if you don't mind giving me just a moment.
That'd be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor, I was able to connect with Mr. Russell on the phone, so he's going to go ahead and give his 3-minute comment on this item. Mr. Russell, you may go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Council and Mayor, as well as the other folks that might be listening. I basically am bringing this to you guys upon living here for a little while. I've been a resident for over 10 years in Flagstaff. And the intersection of Smoke Rise and US 89 is the topic. I do see that I don't have much hard data and facts and research, and I'm basically here to see if it's something that's worth looking into. The one thing I have done is I talked to the Jeff Bowman, and he said that this intersection has been something that's kind of been shuffled around between the county and the city, and being that it's the last light within the city's boundaries, and there's a lot of other things that I have included through earlier emails that if you guys look at, basically there's a bunch of changes that go on right there. So there's speed limit changes. You go from city to county. You got lanes that decrease in number that turn into turning lanes. There's no turn arrows to give precise direction. There's only 2 crosswalks, not 4. there's just a lot of issues that I think are leading to confusion. And basically, I'm just here to ask if it would be something you guys can, decide on or discuss or have it in your agenda or whatever that looks like.
Okay, Council, are there any questions for Mr. Russell? Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, Alex, for bringing this to our attention.
Mr. Alex, could you mute your phone?
Is that better, Mayor?
Yes. Oh, no. Anyway, I've been past that intersection. I too have also wondered why there are no turn signals. I know as part of the NAPTA board, we have been asking for better crosswalks to get individuals from Sacred Peaks across the street to meet the bus. So I would like to follow your lead, Mayor, and just say, could we have the Traffic Commission take a look at this first?
I do think that's appropriate. Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, I just also want to thank the applicant for bringing this forward. And again, that was just going to be what Ms. Whelan said. That would be perfect. I think that this would be something that the Traffic Commission should look at and provide. There'll be some data from staff will be involved when the Traffic Commission looks at this, and through that, they'll decide whether there needs to be some changes made for the benefit of the community. And so my suggestion, as Ms. Whelan, is for this to be looked at the Traffic Commission. So thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And Alex, thank you so much for bringing this to our attention and the rest of the community who are part of this process. Alex, that was my question to you as well, along with my colleagues. Have you brought this to the Traffic Commission by chance?
I did kind of, was not professionally brought to them. It was only brought to the individuals each, through a phone call or an email. So probably not, I'm assuming, based on what you guys are asking.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, Mayor, I'm in support of this going to the commission.
Okay, there seems to be a majority of council that is in support of this being taken to the commission and have a conversation there. Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I just want to echo the support to move forward with this a petition to the Traffic Commission for recommendation to council. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like Mr. McCarthy is also in favor of that. Mr. McCarthy, I just need for you to verbalize that, please.
I will verbalize it. I think this would be a good one for the Traffic Commission to take a look at and give some advice to move forward plan to council or staff or whatever's appropriate.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to Mr. Aslan.
Oh, we can move on. I'm just going to echo what everyone else said. Again, I see that there's a more appropriate course of action for this type of petition to take. And I want to thank the petitioner for the time and the energy that you put into bringing this forward. I know it takes a lot of passion and a lot of concern, and I appreciate the effort. And I hope we can resolve the situation through the channels that we already have established for doing that.
Thank you. Okay, so the next item is a future agenda item request affair. This is a citizen's petition requesting that the council consider building a second tunnel bridge on the west side of town that would help with Milton congestion and connect Thompson Road to Lower Coconino Street. Is this also Mr. Russell?
Yes, Mayor, it is.
Mr. Russell, please go ahead.
Thank you again for letting me bring this to you guys. I basically, like a past citizen had mentioned, lots of construction, lots of people, you know. So upon thinking that, I have a medical like response background, so I have some experience in just that world, and have kids of my own, and so with all the homes that are going in on the west side, I just felt it would be something that would be kind of a short-term plan. And I say that because I know that Jeff Bowman had mentioned that he's been working on it for 20 years. It's finally in like the approval stages for Belmont to 180 to have a road, but this could be something short-term that would relieve some emergency response specifically, relieve some stress on that. So it would be a tunnel that would connect Thompson Street, which is kind of by Daily Sun and Maverick on Route 66. You go north, you go through an actual vehicle tunnel under the railroad tracks. You know, of course, there'd be a lot of work to be done if it were to pass and whatever. But then it would connect to Lower Coconino, and it would have all the proper like signals or blocking lights or alert systems so that only emergency response can use it. Or it could be open to traffic, but I figured that maybe would be the better thing to do, is that it would be just an emergency response kind of alternate in case it was, you know, high traffic. Because people these days have smartphones. I'm guessing ambulance drivers have smartphones. They can decide and figure out which route is faster, because all the technology that's out there, it would just be another option that would be helpful. And so I thought I would bring it to you guys as something that maybe should be looked into.
Okay, so I wanted to start the conversation with this. I want to say, you know, Mr. Russell, thank you very much for bringing this forward. Did you talk to the Plaza Vieja Neighborhood Association before you submitted this?
I have not. No, I have not talked to anyone. I've lived in Flagstaff for like 12 or 13 years. I kind of grew up here as a child, but I haven't talked to them.
Okay, because I just want you and the rest of council to understand the conversation that I had with La Plaza Vieja, with the board president, when they saw this particular petition be submitted for conversation. There was a sense from Plaza Vieja Neighborhood Association and Jesse Dominguez, the president, that none of them were contacted, or none of them were asked about this petition. You know, you have people who have been living in this particular neighborhood for 5 and 6 generations. I believe that some of them have lived there for 60 plus years. And so when they saw this petition on our agenda and they gave me a call about it, they were, quite frankly, somewhat offended. They said that such a change to their neighborhood is not in line with their neighborhood plan. They have been working with the city of Flagstaff for about a decade on a pedestrian tunnel underneath the railroad tracks. And they were very concerned that someone would submit a petition that would have this type of impact to their neighborhood and not speak to them first about it, and nor them know anything about it. So I do appreciate the fact, Mr. Russell, that you submitted this, but there has been a neighborhood association in that neighborhood, in this particular area, that this proposed road will be going through. And I think that the very first thing that should have happened is that those people should have been involved in this conversation.
Okay, I did not realize that there was an association over there. I had no idea.
Okay, Mr. Odegaard?
My apologies. Hopefully you can pass it on to them.
Hopefully they're listening.
Oh, good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I didn't mean any harm. I mean, this is the first time I've ever done anything to do with city council, any petitions. So I have no idea. I've never followed anything with the city. So my apologies for if they are listening. I'd love to talk to them and hear about it. I mean, if it, something needs to happen for sure. So I agree with them in that sense for sure, even if it is something else than what I thought of.
It could be that you could provide your contact information to the city clerk, and we can make sure that the Plaza Vieja Neighborhood Association gets your contact, and they invite you to, I believe they're having virtual meetings at this time, but they can invite you to one of those, and you could then meet them and have a discussion about their neighborhood.
Cool. Yeah, that would be great for sure. I'd love to be a part of that for sure.
Mr. Odegaard?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the applicant to bring this forward. I was just going to say I was a no on this, and just besides what you just mentioned, I think there are just so many other things that are going to be very problematic on this, and so that's it. But thank you.
Okay, Mr. Aslan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm also a no on this for the reasons that you've specified. But I want to speak to you directly, Mr. Russell. Again, I don't want you to be discouraged. I want you to know that I'm very excited to see citizens and neighbors and residents of Flagstaff getting involved. And you always got to start with what you know. And it's more than most people to just throw your hat in the ring and just get involved and start bouncing around on that crazy ping pong table that is city politics. And so I appreciate your initiative very much. And it sounds like a good lesson has gone out tonight about making sure to, contact relevant community partners when embarking upon something like this. But I don't want you to be discouraged. I want you to be encouraged. And I absolutely encourage you to keep doing stuff like that and connecting with people and voicing your concerns to other residents and to your city officials and to your elected officials. So thank you for your activism and your outreach. And but again, I do think that there's a more appropriate avenue for addressing these concerns specifically. And I do think we're seeing too how using the citizen petition process for lots of different flotsam and jetsam and specific traffic stuff could quickly gum up the city process fairly substantially. And so when we do have another channel for these things to go through, it's definitely most appropriate for that to happen. And when we don't, and as residents, you are actually hitting walls and unable to make progress, then I welcome those conversations too, because we should have a way forward and a protocol for doing things no matter what the issue is. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Under the idea of brainstorming, any idea can be a good idea and is definitely worth looking at. So I did reach out before the meeting today and talk to some of our city staff people and to some of the staff at Metro Plan, who is, of course, they're in charge of regional transportation, just to ask, well, what's happened on this before and does it make sense? And a couple thoughts. Out at Thompson, not far out to the west, there's no road on the north side of the railroad track, at least close to there. And we certainly wouldn't want to put a lot of new traffic into that area, because then that would go right through that neighborhood. It's just north of the railroad track, kind of west of City Hall. And then if you moved it to the east, then as the mayor pointed out, you'd be impacting La Plaza Vieja. So it doesn't sound like a really practical idea. And of course, anything dealing with the train is very difficult to get a tunnel under there. I think a pedestrian and bicycle tunnel from La Plaza Vieja to the neighborhood just north of there would be practical. I don't know if it's practical from a money viewpoint, but as far as if we could get it, I think that would be useful. But as far as a traffic, actual cars, trucks, whatever, I think that would probably be impractical. So the bottom line is I do not support moving this forward, but I do appreciate the idea that we should think it through, which I and some of the staff people have done a preliminary analysis on. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so I feel like we're done with this item. We're going to move on to the next fair item. That would be item number C. This is a future agenda item request of fair. This is a request by Councilmember Aslan to place on a future agenda a discussion about developing specific recommendations for Halloween night to ensure and encourage that trick-or-treaters and neighborhoods are engaging in concert in an agreed upon way that keeps everyone out and having fun but socially distanced and safe, are providing alternatives that keeps Halloween safe. Mr. Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a scary topic. Okay, that's my only pun.
That was horrible.
So I'm a parent here in Flagstaff of a 10-year-old and a 15-year-old. So we're maybe transitioning out of the trick-or-treating phase of our family Halloween. But I do know that Halloween is a very fun holiday in Flagstaff. The weather is usually fabulous. Families are out in all neighborhoods, and it is a very natural and routine way for people to gather in Flagstaff. And of course, we're having issues with people gathering in 2020. So I wanted to broach this subject from the dais, mostly because as a council member, I sort of have that personal privilege of being able to use that platform for this. There might be a much more appropriate channel, which is sort of the theme of the evening here, for how to address this. I know we have some wonderful people on staff, and we've got a great team in Discover Flagstaff and other great minds who can think through this. But I wanted to create some space to give them the green light, possibly, to be able to think through this, because I think it's important. In a vacuum, I think there's going to be a lot of confusion. There's going to be a lot of people going out to trick or treat, and there's going to be a lot of residents who are caught off guard. I think it's easy enough for all of us to be wearing masks that evening. But in spite of that, there's a great possibility for confusion and people feeling that their safety is being compromised. So I'm hoping we can agendize this and talk about it a little bit and come up with some solutions. Maybe the city can come out with a list of recommendations for how to safely trick or treat. Or maybe we can work with the Downtown Business Alliance and or other groups to generate some socially distant and COVID-safe alternatives to trick-or-treating. Just wanted to get the subject going because Halloween's going to be here before we know it.
Council? Mr. Aslan is looking for two individuals. Mr. Odegaard?
I guess I'll provide a yes to this on this. So thank you.
Council? So I don't see a friend. I don't see a third. I don't see a third. So that would be a no, Mr. Aslan.
Okay, well, thank you for the consideration.
Well, I see the Vice Mayor has joined in. Vice Mayor?
Hi, Mayor and Councilmember Aslan. I appreciate the conversation. I don't necessarily support this being a future agenda item, but I think that this could be something that we could wrap into our conversations around COVID and potentially put out some kind of graphic to the community, like you mentioned, through maybe Discover Flagstaff or even with the DBA or some other community partner, whatever is appropriate in regards to this. So that's my comment, and thank you.
Okay. Okay, we're going to move on to the next item. This is item number D. This is a future agenda item request. This is a fair. This is a request by Councilmember Whelan to place on a future agenda item a discussion to consider changing the zoning code to allow for the commercial mixed-use areas in student housing developments to be converted into permanent affordable housing. Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, and Council, this addresses the retail space on the bottom floor of student housing developments and how those spaces could be used for affordable housing, but it would require a zoning change. This would be one way to prioritize affordable housing. So the specifics in the zoning code right now mentions, let me see, commercial and residential. It does not mention affordable housing. So the mixed use would need to have affordable housing. And of course, I would leave that to our experts in code writing. But I would like to have some support in using this for households with 50% AMI and just see how it works and move it forward. I would like to see if I could expedite this. So I would ask that 4 members of council do that for me tonight, for us tonight, our community. Thank you.
I believe that there's a public comment card on this.
Yes, Mayor, I do have a public comment card. I have Devonna McLaughlin on the line right now. And with your permission, I'll go ahead and start her 3 minutes. All right, Miss McLaughlin, you can go ahead and start. Sorry.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. My name is Devonna McLaughlin, and I live at 69 West Travertine Trail. And it's my honor to call and speak in favor of this fair item tonight and ask council to consider moving forward to listen to this item and to direct staff to look at our zoning code to see if changes can be made to allow affordable housing in our mixed use zoning district, to convert unused commercial space to benefit low income households in our community. As you know, I get the privilege of working with our workforce and low income families on a daily basis who are seeking affordable housing options in our community. And those options are limited. And when it comes to affordable housing, it's either land or money, and I know both are tight. And so when looking at unused resources, such as the vacant commercial space in these mixed use subdivisions and seeing if we can put affordable housing in there to benefit low income families, it just feels like an underutilized resource that we should consider. And so I appreciate Councilmember Whelan's putting this forward, and I appreciate your consideration. And I thank you so much for thinking about this option and potentially moving it forward. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions for Devonna specifically? I'm going to go to Mr. Odegaard.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to chime in that I do support this effort by Councilmember Whelan, and I would ask also if there could be a possibility of expediting this. And the reason why I say this, it is a very kind of a high concern among the community. Besides, these projects themselves of these nature of these student housing, but just the public is, would like to see that space used. And how can we find a way that would encourage the property owners to find a use for that space? And so I'm in support of this, and also I ask for expediting this item. So thank you.
Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's worth having a discussion about this, so I will say yes to moving it forward. I will also say it's not an absolute yes or no thing, because there are reasons that the zoning code encourages mixed use in the form of commercial under residential, but we can talk about that when it moves forward. As far as expediting it, I do not want to move this in front of our discussion that we've already said we want right away about police and how we should change police policies. I think that is a very important one, and I would not support moving this in front of that. Thank you.
Ms. Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support this fair item. Move forward to a discussion and expedite it after the police discussion.
Mr. Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, in spite of, and in fact, to be sure, completely independently of the fact that I got tricked instead of treated on the last fair, I'm very much in support of moving this forward. I agree with Councilmember McCarthy. I don't think that this should be put in front of the police matters. And my understanding, Councilmember Salas, is that if we expedite this, it necessarily goes first. So it's either yes or no on that. And while I'd like to see this move forward, I agree that we should not expedite it. If my understanding on that is incorrect, please correct my understanding.
I'm going to go to the Vice Mayor.
My understanding is that the conversation in regarding policing is next week. City Manager, can you confirm that?
Well, may I jump in, Madam Mayor?
Yes, please.
If Council may recall, there was a decision to split that into 3 discussions. They interrelate, but they are separate topics. And we have done that. And we think it's a very good idea to do that because especially the first one, which is coming your way, is quite hefty. It will be hours long. I think the totality of the 3 topics, and our city clerk can help me on this one, but I think that brings us out well into October. It is our intent to have these discussions before this seated council. It makes sense to do so. This was your fair proposal, and so we will honor that, but it's going to bring us into October. And Stacy, if you could validate what I just said, and perhaps we can also talk about whether the pending fair item could follow on that. I'm not sure how long the fair list is, but maybe you can comment on that. Thanks.
Mayor, may I jump in?
Yes, please.
Yes, to Greg's comments, we do have these 3 discussions scheduled out, the first happening next week. The second conversation will be happening on October 13th, and then the final discussion will be happening on October 20th. So the intent is really to get this out, and not only to the public, but to this current seated council. With regards to this current fair item that's on the table, we do have the ability to expedite the fair item, but with the caveat that we put it after perhaps the police discussion. So that is really council's discretion on how they would like to order that. In terms of our, pending fair discussion items, if it were to remain in the same queue, we would be looking at late October, perhaps early November before it would be heard. So that's just to, if it were to stay in the queue that sits today.
I have a question. If I may, Vice Mayor, are you done?
Kind of, but go ahead.
So I guess I have a question. It seems like council is very interested in hearing this item. And it seems like council wants to expedite it, but not at the expense of our first commitment to talking about law enforcement. When we talk about the zoning code, it is usually a very in-depth type of a conversation. I'm wondering if, because council is very interested in hearing this, if council would be able to set aside 2 hours on a different day. Again, this would also have to work with the city manager's work session to do it that way. So that is one comment that I have with regards to that, to see if that would be possible, or if it just creates more work, right? If it creates more work, then I don't want us to do it. So I want to kick that back to the city manager, and then I have a comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. We are at your pleasure. These are your meetings, and we will make sure that we give you the information to have meaningful discussions on these topics. To help you with this decision, a couple of things. We have been wrestling with the council retreat agenda, and our hope is to have a retreat probably spanning a day and a half with the newly seated council in December. That will be orientation in part and some very high level budget stuff. We have this month, now that we're into September, I believe 2 joint meetings. One of those is a special meeting with the chamber, I believe. Maybe our clerk can correct me on that, and another one with the county. I think both of those are occurring in September. I am not aware of October and November, of course, and we're encroaching upon the election season, so other things will be in play at that time. But we can accommodate, just trying to give you an idea of what lies ahead in terms of special meetings. Thank you.
It might be that we start earlier instead of a special meeting, and understanding that we have a lot of other meetings. So I do know that there seems to be a council consensus. The only thing I want to add to this conversation is that I appreciate the fact that we are looking at the retail space and trying to understand, can it be better utilized as affordable housing? And definitely, I want to be clear that I am committed, and I have been very verbal about the need for affordable housing here in our community. The only thing I want council to consider as we move forward in looking at this, because it seems like we are going to do that, is that definitely it addresses the issue of the unused retail space now, but it changes completely the original intent and the original concept that those units were built with. You know, the concept was they were built with high density, and they were built to be walkable developments that encourage biking, hiking, eating, and that type of a lifestyle. So once that use is changed, we still are left with the same issue that we have as a community in pulling cars off the street and making livable, walkable spaces. So I just want to make sure that we're mindful of that as we move forward, and perhaps it's a percentage of the retail space, but for now it would take care of the issue. But long term, if the entire thing is converted into housing, we still have the same issue that we have now, and that is no retail where people can walk to it. So Mr. Clifton, I hope you can figure out when we will be hearing it.
Yes, let us wrestle with this and expect a report back as to when it will be slated so we can get you prepared for it. Thank you.
Okay, so it looks like we're done with that. We're going to go to our city manager's report. Do you have anything outside? Oh, we have a question. Did I get you, City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted a quick clarification. I know we're going to move this fair forward for discussion. Was there a consensus to expedite it somewhere along the line?
There was a consensus, I understood, to expedite it, but not at the expense of the police conversation.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
And thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. And if scheduling that for either a special meeting or in advance of your regular meeting is an option, we will circle back to you on that as well. In my report tonight, I will be very brief. I'll mention it because it ties to the previous discussion this evening in part. You have in the report a very nice narrative from our transportation engineering team, along with Public Works, on a couple of projects These did come forward from neighborhood concerns that were articulated, and those were followed by meetings, numerous meetings and discussions, and they did involve school personnel in one situation, and they did involve communications with our colleagues at the Arizona Department of Transportation in the other instance. Both have been, I think, very well vetted, and both are moving along. So you have, I'm not going to belabor the details. They're excellent reports, and I give big props to the traffic team for doing this. I just thought council would be pleased to know that these things do come to fruition from time to time, and there are some changes in the work. So please give that a read, and I'll move on. There's some miscellaneous department updates, which I will not elaborate upon. Everybody's busy, needless to say. There is a nice summary of a quick repair and response that involved a water line breach with one of our aging pipes, and then a follow-up strike of an unknown gas line that was not marked properly, and fortunately no big issues there, no injuries, nothing like that, no explosions. All the precautions were taken, and everything was done quickly. The remedial work was done quickly. I did want to give you that update, and I think I will also offer some props to the Water Services team and the others who were involved in the very quick action to take care of that issue. We had a very good recent meeting with NAU and President Cheng and others, Joshua Mayer and Aaron Grishman. I put some bullet points in the report talking about how things are starting with the new semester there. It's of relevance because much of it is tied to COVID. Some very good data for your reading enjoyment. So far, things are very good and very positive. We will continue to watch, but I think a takeaway on all of that is the university is really doing its part to keep an eye on things, to properly monitor, to have a lot of very good and safe protocol in place, and that's quite reassuring. Also a meeting with the DBA. You had a very short presentation last week from the consultants with the DBA. We met with them on site a couple of times. Some council people were involved with that, council members. We appreciate your input. It was very, very good with a good input. Work in progress. The consultants are back home now, and they are working, putting pen to paper, talking about the visioning plan. Thank you, Councilmember Aslan, for noting the CPWAC, which is the Coconino Plateau Water Advisory Council. I know Councilmember McCarthy has a bit of a problem with acronyms, so we will spell that out. I say that jokingly. The agenda for that meeting is in the report. I have a nice tidbit in the report about the pension funding. This might be the last time we talk about this because we feel like we brought it to you a lot, but there is a very, very interesting graphic in the report that illustrates how fortuitous we were timing-wise on the issuance of these certificates of participation. That graph shows the 10-year U.S. Treasury note, and our timing may not have been better on the issuance of that financial package. The Joy-Con Giplet is likely being discussed, will be discussed at the staff level with some possible outcomes related to an amendment of the agreement, and we will be coming back to you for that. Just a quick heads up on that. And then you have a report on the flowers in the beautification going on downtown. I understand that that'll be a live presentation in front of you, actually a virtual presentation in front of you in the near future. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I am here to answer any questions if you have any.
Council, are any questions specifically on this? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor and City Manager. Thank you for the great report. I enjoyed reading all 16 pages and appreciate everything that you outlined in that report. And invite anyone that hasn't read that to do so. I have a question for our city engineer, Jeff Bauman, if he's on the call. And that question is in regards to that crossing by Knowles and Sanawa Middle School. And the question is, are we looking into any type of crossing alternatives directly in front of the school along Butler, or are we trying to simply route children to the different crossing points down the street? And maybe I should have asked if Jeff was on the call first, so it looks like he is.
I am on the call. Can you hear me?
Now we can.
We can.
Perfect. Yeah, so we worked on the Butler school zone and Butler speed limits with the school district. And one of the things that we did talk about is realignment of the Knowles and the Sanawa driveways. They're kind of overlapping each other, creating kind of a really difficult spot to try to get a new pedestrian crossing across Butler. So one of the things we talked to the school district about was to consider some sort of bigger plan that realigned those driveways so that we could have an opportunity for a pedestrian crossing. But yeah, for now, and it's a pretty darn good crossing down at the signal at Fox Glen Park. That's where we're encouraging the kids to come from, the Fox Glen neighborhood, crossing Butler there, and then we're working with the district to make sure there's a good, safe route all the way up through Fox Glen Park and into the school.
So Jeff, I heard you say that there isn't, so you're trying to realign some of those roads, but there isn't a plan for a direct crossing across Butler?
That's correct. There's no direct crossing across Butler between the two schools today. We're routing kids to the traffic signal at Fox Glen Park.
Okay. Okay, so thank you on that. My comment is that, I think we need to find a solution for a direct crossing, or otherwise we'll just see kids continue to play Frogger. But without getting on a tangent, just wanted to ask that question. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that. And then my only other comment I wanted to make was I wanted just to give a shout out to the Flagstaff Fire Department personnel that were deployed to assist in the catastrophic wildfires in California and in Colorado. Specifically Tanner Callan, Seth Gregar, Katie Brown, Mark, Giorgio, Chris Romero, and Joel Barnett, along with the E153. I was just very proud to read about that effort and our people and personnel going to help with those fires, and I really appreciate that, and I know we do as a city. Thank you.
Okay, if there's nothing else with the manager's report, we're going to move on to the next item. This is our COVID-19 updates, reentry updates. I think it's back to you, Mr. Clifton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm going to punt this one to Shannon Anderson, if that's okay. She's been heading up that effort for us.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We have some re-entry updates for you this evening.
Shannon, you might have muted yourself.
I did. Thank you, Greg. So tonight's agenda includes updates from community partners. This includes Flagstaff Unified School District as well as Northern Arizona University. We're going to go over our data from the county, the state, as well as Northern Arizona Healthcare. We'll have a discussion on special events, given that we are entering into phase 3, and then an update from the reentry team. So now I will turn it over to Mike Pensa. He is the superintendent from Flagstaff Unified School District.
Good evening. I'd like to thank Mayor Evans, Vice Mayor Shimoni, council members, and city staff for the invitation to speak at your meeting tonight and this opportunity to join you virtually. As introduced, I am Mike Pensa, and I have the privilege of serving as the superintendent of the Flagstaff Unified School District. FUSD is committed to fulfilling its mission and vision so that all students are provided a high-quality education which prepares them for future success, regardless of the instructional model they are served in during the 2020-2021 school year. Last spring, All schools in the state of Arizona and much of the country and world were closed due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and FUSD quickly pivoted to emergency remote learning. In order to prepare for the 2020-2021 school year, FUSD reviewed feedback received from students and families about the teaching and learning experiences which occurred last spring through remote learning surveys that were sent out in May. Our district also values the input of its team members and obtains information regarding employee working conditions in a variety of ways, including from established committees, surveys, and from the elected liaisons for certified, classified, and administrative employees. COVID-19 presents us with many challenges and opportunities, which require procedural changes in the way schools have operated in the past and require continued collaboration and problem solving among the committed governing board and Team FUSD staff as we anticipate this pandemic situation will remain fluid throughout the school year. The Safely Forward Return to School Plan for 2020-2021 approved by the FUSD governing board on July 1 and updated on August 25th is based on the following commitments: to provide continuity of learning that is engaging to students, prepare safe learning environments for students and staff, which mitigates the risk of exposure to COVID-19 in our schools and work sites, to communicate with students, families, and staff, address challenges to social emotional health of students and staff caused by isolation and disruption due to COVID-19, to offer students and families flexibility and choice, and to support staff with the resources, training, and guidance. And so since last spring, FUSD has held regular meetings composed of the governing board, leadership, and staff from across the district to prioritize and coordinate next steps, to respond to executive orders issued by Governor Ducey, and to review guidance from the following sources: the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, state and local health agencies, the Arizona Department of Education Roadmap to Reopening Schools, general guidelines for reopening schools on the Navajo Nation, the Arizona School Risk Retention Trust, that's our insurance provider, and our legal counsel from Udall-Shumway. On July 16th, the FUSD Governing Board approved a recommendation to delay in-person learning through the end of the first quarter of the 2020-2021 school year in order to prioritize the health and safety of our students, staff, and to provide certainty and advance notice to our families and communities. The governing board and I do not take lightly and understand our decisions and actions not only impact our district students, families, and staff, but also the residents of our communities, workplaces, and partners. Decisions regarding when and how to return to in-person learning will be made by the FUSD governing board by considering public health benchmarks regarding the transmission of COVID-19 in our local communities, as well as guidance from Coconino County health officials, considering the needs of our students and staff and available resources to mitigate their risk to COVID-19. We continue to prepare for a return to in-person learning. We look forward to that day, and we will keep our students, families, and community updated about those plans and timelines. Information regarding our district's return to school plan, distance learning plan, and mitigation plan are all available on FUSD's website at fusd1.org. Some updates about our progress so far this year: the majority of FUSD staff returned to work on August 10th, and after a week of preparations and training, began serving students with remote teaching and learning on August 17th. I'm so proud of Team FUSD staff for persevering and finding opportunities for growth and excellence during the start of the school year, and for the connections that are being made with students and their families in these first weeks. The grace and support our staff, students, and families have extended to each other as we all adjust to new ways of engaging and learning together are creating the foundation we need for a successful 2020-2021 school year. The collaboration among staff, student attendance and participation, and parent engagement and support are all areas to celebrate. I'd also like to just provide brief updates about some of the other services that we're providing regarding technology, on-site support services, and FUSD's meal programs. For technology, I want to thank our district voters who approved FUSD's bond program in November 2018, which has enabled us to purchase iPad devices for each of our district students. These iPads were distributed prior to the start of this school year, and we appreciate the foresight and the support we had prior to facing this pandemic, so we weren't scrambling to purchase technology devices like many districts are across the country at this time. We do continue to work to address the digital divide for students without internet access using hotspots and other alternative means. Regarding safe learning centers, we began on August 17th operating safe learning centers at 6 school sites: Cromer, Loop, Killip, Kinsey, Sanawa, and Flagstaff High School, per the governor's executive order, which requires some on-site services. And so we have a limited number of FUSD students have access to our facilities for support services such as supervision, internet access, and nutrition services during the school day. These on-site services are provided to a variety of students, including children eligible for free and reduced meals, English language learners, and students whose parents are first responders. FUSD is currently supporting students eligible for special education services in our safe learning centers. That ranges from students who may need extra para support to students in specialized programs who need one-to-one support in a separate room. In addition to the safe learning centers, we have begun individualized in-person special education services for prioritized students at other school sites as well. Food service update: FUSD's breakfast and lunch program has resumed at the start of the year after a very successful grab-and-go meal program that was offered since May and over the summer months, which provided we served over 200,000 meals. Meals currently are provided at 7 school sites and also through bus distribution stops. Yesterday, we got great news. The USDA extended the waiver for school meal programs, which will allow us greater flexibility for meal distribution and will allow free meals to be provided to any child who needs access to a healthy meal. So we look forward to that guidance and appreciate that flexibility. To close, again, thank you, Mayor Evans, Vice Mayor Shimoni, City Council members, City staff for the invitation to speak at your meeting, and I welcome your questions in tonight's discussion.
Thank you, Superintendent. I do have 2 questions for you regarding Flagstaff Unified School District. The first has to do, I'm trying to really understand the access to technology for students. You mentioned that the bond provided money for devices for all students. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, and so I think it's important then for us to understand that while the bond provided the technology, the devices for the students, there is a fee to the students for the device. Because I've been told by several parents that they had to pay either $25 charge or $50 charge. It depends on what school their kids go to. I guess it's a deposit for the device. And if you have more than one kid, that's where it became problematic. I know that a group in Sunnyside raised like $2,000 for Killip School parents to be able to get the device. So I do think it's important for the community to understand that while the devices were paid for through the bond, there is still a cost to parents for those devices.
You're correct, Mayor Evans. In addition to completing a technology use agreement, we also, families can consider an optional technology protection plan, which is like an insurance plan. So if they have major damage, a screen is broken, then the replacement cost for that would be covered by that policy. It is an adoptional fee. Our school does have registration fees and other fees for participation in programs and activities. This is an optional fee that provides that greater protection for loss or damage to the devices. Like all school fees, administrators have the authority to waive those fees as they work directly with families and understand their needs. We understand we're going through unprecedented times. Families are facing many challenges. Many of our community members are facing unemployment. And so our administrators have been given, understand that they're to work with families and that this should not be a barrier to any student having access to the device. Again, you do not have to have the optional protection plan to be issued a device.
Okay, I just want to mention that you might want to reiterate that with your school administrators, because while it might be they are willing to waive such fees, I think that there is some difficulty in some cases. I'm not sure if it is a language issue, but there's definitely some difficulty in being able to get some of these fees waived. Many people that have kiddos in school did not necessarily qualify for unemployment here in the state of Arizona, nor did they receive the stipend. And so if you have 2 or 3 kids in school, those fees add up. My second question had to do with the Safe Learning Centers and really, quite frankly, FACS. The Safe Learning Centers that you're referring to are completely different from the FACS program. Is that correct?
Absolutely. These are a requirement of the governor's executive order to provide a free place for students to go on site while we may have remote learning or school closures going on.
Okay, so in understanding that the Safe Learning Centers are completely separate from the FACS program, my question is, the city of Flagstaff has a contract with Flagstaff Unified School District, and we provide funding through our social infrastructure funding resources allocation for before school and after school programming for the kiddos in specific schools. If FACS is closed and that activity is not currently happening, what exactly is happening with that funding? And perhaps there is a way we can have a discussion about how we address this technology issue. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, so we appreciate the strong partnership we have with the city of Flagstaff to support the FACS program, and it provides, much needed childcare and services, to our working families. Again, we're going through unprecedented times, and so while in the spring we had school closures, and right now while we're not offering in-person learning, we are not providing after-school childcare services. We appreciate the opportunity. Absolutely will engage with city staff or members of the council or you, Mayor, to talk about our partnership in this program. Our decision to not offer that in-person childcare has been based on, prioritizing the safety of the students who would be part of that program and the staff. We are experiencing a shortage of staff to serve in that capacity. Many of our employees of the FACS program also, their day job is to be an NAU student, and we've seen many of our past staff for that program have resigned those positions. So it's a safety issue, a staffing issue for us, but absolutely we're trying to meet parents and community need, and we appreciate the partnership with the city and want to engage in that dialogue on how we address those needs.
And so to be clear, I want to be crystal clear with what I'm saying. This is not me suggesting that the FACS program should be open. I understand that the FACS program is closed because we are in the middle of a global pandemic. My question has to do with the fact that I know that we have a contract with FACS to provide before school and after school programming. If there is no before school and after school programming, my question is, what is happening with those dollars that were allocated? And perhaps because we're in the middle of a global pandemic, some of these other issues are something that could be considered. I think it would have to do with what the contract says that we have with the Flagstaff Unified School District and whether or not there is the ability to sit down and look at that contract as partner agencies. Something else that I think needs to be considered has to do with access to internet. And there was a conversation, I know, at the Alliance that talked about all the different government buildings and access to internet, so people can have, so people can make sure that they are able to go to school. I do understand that FACS was open during the summer months. My question has to do with FACS being closed right now and the monies that would have been allocated to it. So I see that Mr. Tatter has a comment.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Rick Tatter, Management Service Director. We have issued a PO for the coming year, the fiscal year 21, but we have not made any payments to date. And we can definitely have our purchasing department work with the FACS team and FUSD to see what types of contract amendments we may want to issue on that contract before making the payments. We generally make them on I think it's on a monthly or quarterly basis, but to date we haven't made any payments.
And to be clear with the council, the reason why I'm not suggesting that we cancel the contract with FACS, what I'm saying is if right now FACS is closed because there is nobody working in the FACS program because it's a global health pandemic and it's a dangerous situation for kiddos, it might be that some of the parents that are experiencing issues when it comes to these devices and the payment and the fees and stuff like that, perhaps there's a way to assist that way. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know. But I do know it's an issue that's been brought up. And so I just wanted to make sure it was mentioned here tonight. So, Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Pensa, for coming and speaking to us concerning this issue. Of course, there's a lot of concerned parents with kids and FUSD. I just wanted to say a couple of thank yous, especially concerning the hotspot access for their devices. Because as we all know, there's so many kids that don't have internet because there's a huge cost to that. And so I want to thank you for providing that hotspot. And I just want to make a quick little story concerning the Safe Learning Center. Our daughter came out with a medical condition that she was really not in the position to teach or look over her two children. One is a kindergarten, one is in second grade. And it just was not working out. She tried it at first, that first week, and it just didn't work out. And I just wanted to say, so thankful of the Safe Learning Centers that my two grandkids are in that center. They're out at Cromer School, and they really enjoy it. It became a huge relief for our daughter because of her medical condition. And I just really want to thank from the bottom of my heart to you and to the board of providing these Safe Learning Centers for the opportunity of my two grandchildren. And so I'm very thankful. So thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Superintendent Pensa, for being with us and your leadership throughout this pandemic. I think we're all kind of following what the schools are doing very carefully and cautiously and hoping that, we do the right things. And so far, I'm very proud of what FUSD has done. And Mayor, I appreciate your comments about the FACS program and Mr. Tatter's comments that, we haven't made any payments yet. But, if that program continues to be closed, it does make sense for us to evaluate those funds and see how to best utilize those funds to best support those kids in our community. But Superintendent Pensa, can you talk a little bit about how FUSD is handling sports and team sports along with extracurricular events and groups such as band or anything else along those lines where groups of kids might congregate and be in close quarters?
Absolutely. So again, we want to be able to provide our students with as many opportunities that are safe to do so. And the Flagstaff Unified School District is a member of the Arizona Interscholastic Association, AIA. And so in our return to school plan that was adopted, our recommendations are that we monitor and follow the recommendations made by AIA and its executive board. and the sports medicine team that are advising them. We do understand the AIA Executive Board is scheduled to have a special meeting tomorrow on September 2nd, and that there may be some modifications to its previous recommendations regarding the return to sports and activities. As of right now, the fall season has had a staggered start, and so we began a couple weeks ago with kind of low contact sports such as golf. It's progressed to beginning the season for cross country, swimming, and diving. And yesterday we began the start of practice for volleyball, and the start of football is scheduled for Monday, September 7th. So it's been on a staggered start. Again, we're monitoring the recommendations we get from the Interscholastic AIA Arizona Interscholastic Association, and our decisions, will be amended, and we'll be monitoring and follow those as needed. I will share that we're able to have athletic and small group workouts and individual workouts throughout the summer months. We began those in early June. Really proud of our student athletes, families, the coaches, our athletic directors, administrators for really implementing the procedures that we required to so that it would be safe to have those. And we had a very successful summer of engaging students in those different activities. Some of the other activities you meant, like band, we continue to look at recommendations for those different activities, work with our staff to see how we can safely have students, those opportunities. Band, because of the spread of COVID-19, much of it is through respiratory spread. Choir, band present some different challenges as far as planning, but we continue to work with our team, consult with recommendations from the other organizations, Department of Education, those other statewide organizations. We've had amazing collaboration with officials at Coconino County Health Department to review our plans, to consult with us. They've been great partners, so that when we come forward with a recommendation, it's based on science, data, health, but that we're able to allow for some opportunities when it's safe to do so. And so again, we're offering on-site learning centers. We have individual in-person special education service going on with students. We've started down the staggered start for the fall sports and athletics.
Thank you so much for that update. And again, thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, and thank you, Superintendent, for being here with us. I would like to thank your board, thank you and your leadership for all the time and research that you put into your decisions. It couldn't have been easy, and my heart goes out to all of you. With that in mind, I do have a question about high need students that are in need of medical resources and other resources. Are their classrooms going, or have they been suspended? And how are we supporting caretakers and parents?
So students who are eligible for special education services and supports, and we prioritize kind of like our most needy students who may have health needs, need speech or physical therapy, occupational therapy, students who in a typical brick and mortar school day may have spent the majority of their time outside of the regular classroom. Those students have been prioritized to work with families, the IEP team, which would be their teachers and all the specialists who support their services and their learning, to begin in-person services for them. But it's really an individual service. We're not bringing groups of students together. These are some of our most vulnerable students who may have some of our most be most vulnerable. Their health may be the most vulnerable. So right now, those are individual services. We work with the families and the IEP to determine which services are provided, to establish that schedule. And we're just trying to increase as much as we can that's safe to do so, that we have the staff to do so. Although that's another limiting factor for us. But those have began in these first weeks of school, and we hope to just gradually keep increasing those. And when we're able to bring larger groups of students together within our schools, obviously those services will increase as well. So again, it's a lot of coordination with their IEP team, with those families to best meet those students' needs.
Thank you, and thanks for all you do.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any more questions for the superintendent? I do not see any. Again, I look forward to seeing the discussion that happens between the Flagstaff Unified School District and city leadership regarding how we might be able to take the dollars that were allocated for FACS and still continue to help those families in that program, but in this virtual world. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next community partner that's here to share information with you is Joshua Mayer, Associate VP for Community Relations from Northern Arizona University. So I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you for that introduction, and thank you, Mayor, Council, and staff for the opportunity to share a little bit about the COVID-19 strategy that we're implementing. I'd like to first start with our enrollment numbers to set some of the context. As you know, we began our fall semester in a predominantly online environment on August 12th and began in-person classes yesterday, August 31st. We have just over 21,000 students enrolled at the Flagstaff Mountain campus, which is down approximately 1,200 from last fall. Of those students, we have 4,400 students who have opted for remote-only instruction throughout the semester via NAU Flex. That means that we'll have just under 17,000 students or thereabouts taking classes here in Flagstaff, either in person or in a hybrid model. So prior to move-in, we've been very busy in preparation for our fall start. During the spring and into the summer, we were busy implementing safety protocols and infrastructure improvements throughout campus, including signage reminding our lumberjacks to mask, stay physically distant, and use proper hygiene to limit the spread of COVID-19, increasing the number of hand sanitizer dispensers throughout campus, installing technology throughout our classrooms to better facilitate NAU Flex, a remote learning environment, adjusting room capacity to address distancing concerns, and installing plexiglass at front desks and in classrooms. And that's just a small portion of everything that we've done. All this time, we've been in close contact with the business and religious communities to ensure the guidance that we're communicating to our students aligns with theirs, especially where it comes to minimizing contact with those in our community who might be more vulnerable to COVID-19 illness. We've also been in close communication with private off-campus student housing facilities to assist us in reinforcing our messaging regarding testing and safety protocols regardless of where the student resides. Over the past 3 weeks, we've had our phased-in move-in to on-campus residences. So that was intentional that we spread that over 3 weeks instead of the typical 3 days to increase social distancing and distribute the student population. Our on-campus housing sits at about 76% capacity, which allows plenty of space for students to isolate if needed. All students living on campus were required to have COVID-19 PCR tests prior to move-in and are asked to isolate from the time of test to arrival to campus. We also recommended that NAU students living off campus also isolate and be tested prior to return to campus. We've distributed care packages to all of our students, staff, and faculty statewide. That includes 2 cloth NAU branded face coverings, thermometer, and hand sanitizer. I want to emphasize that our communication with students, faculty, and staff throughout this pandemic is that it starts with prevention, and that includes wearing a mask, staying physically distanced, and practicing good hygiene. And these messages have been reinforced prior to the on-campus arrival of students and return to campus for many faculty and staff who have been in remote work status since March. We have been and will continue to be consistent on messaging for as long as it takes. And that being said, we understand that sometimes folks need additional motivation to understand how serious we're taking the pandemic as an institution. So disciplinary sanctions for students violating orders regarding the wearing of face coverings and social distancing include suspension up to expulsion. We have requested the Flagstaff Police Department partnership in reporting social gathering violations to our Dean of Students office, so these matters can be addressed as soon as possible. Further, we ask that the Flagstaff's Communities Partnership in reporting violations via the Dean of Students website, where we can take swift action rather than on social media where we might never know something has occurred. Members of the community can do that at nau.edu/deanofstudents/report-an-incident. And prevention is key to all that we do, and there are consequences for not following the lumberjack way to keep our community safe. We know that we're in this together and committed to a safe and healthy Flagstaff. So I want to also talk a little bit about our testing efforts. Over the last 3 weeks, we've offered free self-administered nasal swab testing to our campus community, as well as the Flagstaff community at the NAU field house in cooperation with Coconino County and the state and federal governments. We tested approximately 3,000 individuals during the 3-week span, resulting in just over 50 positive tests, which is below a 2% positivity rate. We're happy to be an active partner in the statewide and county testing strategy, which is why, beginning tomorrow, we transition to the saliva test, also a self-administered test for active COVID-19 virus testing in partnership with ASU, Coconino County, and the state. This will remain available at no cost through the fall semester to the entire NAU and Flagstaff communities. We encourage council and city staff to take advantage of this opportunity by registering for a free test at the AZDHS website and encouraging your constituents to do the same. NAU will be using the site for required strategic mitigation testing of students, faculty, and staff to continue to expand our healthy campus protocols. We'll conduct 2,000 tests per day. As part of the testing strategy, students, faculty, or staff will be randomly selected and notified via email, including instructions on how to register for their test. With this strategy, given the number of tests we'll be conducting, we anticipate that the overall number of cases identified will increase, while ideally the positivity rate will decrease. We ask the city and our partners in the community to recognize this as a strategy in working with county health and our own team of contact tracers that will allow us to more quickly identify and isolate or quarantine potential cases, thus minimizing the spread of COVID-19. Further, we've implemented wastewater monitoring, which can detect the virus in wastewater on campus, enabling us to narrow down where individuals who have COVID-19 live and where we potentially need to perform targeted testing and potentially have those students isolated. We've also implemented NAU Health Check, which is a COVID-19 self-assessment. Students, faculty, and staff are asked to complete the self-screening prior to coming to class or to work, which asks the individual if they're experiencing any of the several potential COVID-like symptoms and if they've had known recent contact with anyone who recently tested positive for COVID-19. We're also asking everyone to download the COVID Watch app, which notifies users if they've been in close contact with someone who has recently tested positive for COVID-19 using Bluetooth technology, and thus further assisting us in contact tracing and case investigations. Also, somewhat related, I know that there's broad community concern of the upcoming flu season. And to that point, we've prepared for the increased flu testing for our students and flu immunizations. And we're partnered with our health insurance provider, Blue Cross Blue Shield, every year to provide free flu shot clinics at our Flagstaff campus and our campus sites statewide. And we encourage our employees to participate in those no-cost prevention efforts. And campus communication will be forthcoming. Coordination discussions regarding flu clinics are also occurring with the county, similar to the way we've served as a location for campus and Flagstaff community COVID testing. We recognize that this is an all-in effort, and we couldn't do all of this without the partnership of the city, the county, and the state of Arizona. Thank you all for your support through this crisis, and we look forward to getting through this together. And I'm available for any questions if you have them.
Hello, Council. Do you have any questions? I do have a question. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Josh, so much for being with us this evening and for your work in our community and giving us the update that you did. Appreciate you being here. A couple quick questions, and I know the answer to the first one, but I want the public to hear it. I know that the CDC has put out recommendations and guidelines that say that, you know, if it's a younger individual not showing symptoms, that they should not get tested. Can you just speak about NAU's stance on that?
We are conducting, beginning tomorrow, we are conducting random testing to include all students, faculty, and staff, where we're going to have the capacity to test over 2,000 individuals a week. And so we will be proceeding with testing.
That's what I thought, and I just wanted the community to hear that. So I appreciate you saying that. And Josh, my only other question for you tonight is just, you know, being the second day of in-person teaching for the semester, can you just speak a little bit about the first couple of days and how it's been going, and specifically faculty's response to the experience thus far?
I can't necessarily speak to the faculty's response. You'd have to ask them. But I can tell you that if you've been around campus, I can tell you that the feel is very much different. You know, like I said, the students that have opted for the in-person classes being at about 17,000, you can definitely feel the decrease in numbers around campus. But you know, when I do talk to students, you know, that's the sentiment as well, and that it is it's just a different year, and you know, everybody is trying to be as flexible as possible.
So far you're hearing them pretty well.
So far, so good. You know, and I don't want to. You know, I think. You know, I'm cautious to say, you know, only 2 days in or 3 weeks in, however you want to mark the time, that everything is perfect, but we do intend to remain flexible throughout the semester.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
So I have a question, Josh. First of all, thank you for being here, and thank you for being very detailed with what Northern Arizona University is doing regarding this. And really the thought that you put into this plan, the clear message to students, and the fact that you're encouraging citizens to contact the dean of students if they see behavior that's not appropriate. And I think it's also telling that you're talking about students that can't adhere to the policies, up to sanctioning them and removing them from school. I think that really showcases the seriousness of this. My question has to do with the testing. First of all, thank you for providing testing for not only students, but also Coconino County residents, cities of Flagstaff residents as well, free of charge. The question that I'm often asked, and I think it just needs to be cleared up, has to do with how the testing is reported. So for example, if I'm a student from Maricopa County and that's my permanent address, and I get tested here in Flagstaff, Arizona, and it says that I have COVID, does that positive test show up at NAU, or does it show up in Maricopa County? Do you understand the question?
I do, and thank you for that question. I think that's an important question to ask. And the question is, the answer is that the test results do show up in the student's at the student's Flagstaff address, whether that student lives on campus in 86011 or 86001. That's where that result is going to show up, whether that student's positive, test positive or negative for COVID-19. So I know that there was some confusion around that, but it does show up at the student's Flagstaff address.
Okay, so we can say that when you look at the numbers being produced by the county and it says NAU and there's a number, that is actually the number of students that have COVID. There's not another group of students that numbers are being reported someplace else. That is physically all the students that are here in the Mountain Town campus, on the Mountain Town campus.
If I understand your point correctly, I believe so. So just for a point of clarification, so the 86011, on the county's dashboard, that is the number of students who have tested positive who live on campus, who provided a on-campus address. We do understand that many of our students also live, outside of that zip code as well. But those numbers are reported within the county's numbers as well. That being said, when we do our random testing, because we'll be able to track as students, faculty, and staff, when we do our randomized testing, we'll be able to track how they've registered for the test. We'll also be able to track results to a certain degree. And so we'll be able to, while we won't necessarily be able to differentiate between faculty, staff, and students, we will know that they are in some way associated with NAU.
Okay, so just one more time to be very clear, because I think there's people in the community that really need to hear that. So if you live in the 86011 zip code, which is NAU, right?
Correct.
Regardless of whether or not your permanent mailing address is in Phoenix, California, or whatever, if you get tested and you're identified as having COVID, then when you read that box on the county's dashboard, that is where you will be counted.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Whelan would like to see if we could get a copy of your report to council, so all
Sure.
council can have that.
I'll send it to, should I send it to city clerk and have her distribute it accordingly?
Yes, you can send it to the city clerk and CC the city manager, and they'll make sure that we get that.
Sure thing.
Mr. Aslam?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hi, Joshua. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate you putting yourself out in front of council and the city of Flagstaff. My question is about the financial situation with the decrease in enrollment. Curious if you could talk about that, and also if you have any updates about any types of assistance you're getting from the state or elsewhere.
I can touch on the surface of both of those questions. So in terms of our enrollment numbers, we do know that that tuition dollars are a significant contributor to our budget. It's very tuition sensitive. And so when I say that we're down at the Flagstaff campus about 1,200, while that number doesn't sound necessarily big, it's very sensitive to the type of student that's enrolled. So given the nature of the pandemic and the shutdown of international travel, it's really affected our overall mix of student enrollment. And so we know that in-state students pay at a lower rate than an international student, for example. And so because we're way down on international students, our budget has suffered considerably. So that being said, we were also recipients of some CARES Act funding, which went to a lot of our infrastructure concerns, technology concerns, to prepare for and address sort of this remote environment, and a lot of PPE and things like that. And so while our budget is down considerably, we've been able to offset some of the costs there. Also, a big part of our mix is not in the state funding, but in our auxiliary funding that typically would come from housing, for example, meal plans, for another example, any conference fees. Our conference center has been shut down since March, so we're not receiving any revenue from that venue. So overall, we will have a significant fiscal challenge moving forward, but I'm not equipped to give you the specific numbers at this point.
So Josh, what else is there in the works in terms of asking for further assistance, and what are some ways the city could be of help?
I'd have to put you in touch with our state governmental team to address that specifically.
Well, yeah, thank you. I mean, I think the point is that we're here, and I'm only one voice on council. There's 7 of us, but obviously I think there's a broad general concern about, how well NAU is doing and what that means for the city of Flagstaff and the community up here. And please keep us in mind as part of a strategy for looking for assistance. We'll have our own conversations about exactly how we can be of help, but if the more we know, the more we can make smart decisions.
Thank you, council member. I appreciate that concern and the offer.
Okay, thank you, Josh. I do not see any additional comments or questions for NAU. We appreciate you being here. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Mr. Pensa and Mr. Mayor for being here. I really appreciate them being available to provide updates to City Council this evening. So we will continue moving forward in our presentation. Our next stop is the data. So we'll begin with the Coconino County Health and Human Services information from their weekly report and their dashboards online. I know this probably looks familiar to City Council, but the goal of providing this presentation in the public meeting is so the public can see what Council is reviewing on a regular basis in order to make decisions in relation to COVID and how the city operations will be moving forward. So this first one is the number of COVID-related cases. As you can see, we have been on a downward trajectory over 8 weeks. The most recent data through August 22nd show 14 new cases in Flagstaff. And this data is actually updated by the county each Friday. So we'll continue to keep council updated as we get future reports. Our next data chart is hospital admissions. The number of hospital admissions has also been on a downward trajectory since June 27th. The most recent data shows 7 hospital admissions for Coconino County, which is slightly higher than the week before of August 15th. So this next chart is the number of COVID-related deaths. And this has remained fairly static over the last several weeks, with 2 deaths being reported for the week ending August 22nd. Move this over just a bit. So this information is the community transmission. So Coconino County is currently at a moderate level of community transmission. The incident rate of 38 cases per 100,000 is the driving benchmark to remaining in that moderate category. The percent positivity rate at 3% and the COVID-like illnesses incidence at 4% both fall into the minimal column here because they're less than 5%. So as we continue to see the number of cases drop, we would be moving towards this minimal community transmission. But because we've got 38, we're going to remain here at moderate until we see that drop further. The Arizona Department of Health Services Business Operations Dashboard. This information in front of you is as of August 27th. It reflects a moderate level of transmission. This reflection is based on data through the week of August 9th. This applies to the city's indoor gyms and fitness centers, so our recreation centers would be impacted by this particular dashboard. This data for Northern Arizona Healthcare Hospital Census is as of August 28th. The number of positive patients decreased from 8 the prior week to 5 in this census, and the number of pending decreased from 16 to the 7 you see on the screen. Northern Arizona Healthcare continues to have the capacity necessary to care for the seriously ill. So this next conversation is about special events. Staff would like direction on how council would like to address requests for special event permits larger than 50 individuals. I will provide some basic information on the topic, then pause in the presentation so council can discuss special event permits. Oops, sorry, I'm going to go back. There we go. So in phase 3, special events on city property, the reentry plan specifies that special events would be limited and or modified to minimize gatherings to 50 people or less, that gatherings of more than 50 people would be postponed, and that there is council discretion for events greater than 50 up to 250 people. We did adopt some temporary use permit criteria. So these would be special events on private property, and these are based on the Coconino County level of transmission. So right now, with our transmission being at the moderate level, events would be limited to 50 people that provide for clear physical distancing. That wouldn't increase to larger groups until we move to the minimal level of transmission or to none. So the question for council is, in phase 3 of the reentry plan, council has discretion on special event permit requests larger than 50 people. So staff has outlined a couple of options here for council to consider in addressing those larger events. We could limit the special event permits to the same considerations that we're using in the temporary use permits, where we would be limiting 50 people until such time the transmission level drops to the minimal to none. So again, we're here at the moderate level right now, and if we drop to the minimal level, that's when we would consider larger events. Another option is to bring special event permits larger than 50 to council for consideration. And there may be other options council may want to discuss. So we'll pause here in the presentation so that council can discuss these options and any other that they'd like to bring forward.
Okay. Ms. Anderson, I have a question. How does this relate to the governor's executive order?
How do the transmission levels?
No, the governor's executive order had something about groups.
Yes, I believe that's limited to 50 at this point in time.
Okay, so the governor's executive order limits events to groups of 50 people. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
Okay, council. Mr. Odegaard.
So I'm a little confused if it's kind of the state of 50 or less, then how could we go larger than 50 or more? That's my question. I thought we were kind of under whatever the governor's executive orders would be concerning groups of 50 or less or 50 or more.
Ms. Anderson?
So what we would be looking for is what council wants to do once that has been lifted, because right now our reentry plan talks about council discretion. And so we wanted to know that at the point in time that we're able to start considering events larger than 50 people, how council wanted to address that so that we can be informing event producers that are contacting city staff as to what they can expect.
And so I guess follow.
Go ahead, Mayor.
So I guess I would just follow up with what Mr. Odegaard is saying. And I think it would need to be clear because I think this causes somewhat confusion. If the governor's executive order says that there's no events for people of more than 50 people, then I think that we just need to be clear that's what we're operating under. And if for some reason the governor changes that, then that's when this conversation or this decision tonight will come into play. I just think we need to be real clear with people about that.
And Mayor, may I chime in? And I totally agree with what you just said. So thank you.
Ms. Salas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Anderson, can you please bring back the slide that has the TUP in it? So currently we're at minimal to moderate, and we allow events up to 50 people, that provide the physical distancing and other and comply with the CDC guidelines. So which is still within compliance of the governor's order. So you're asking us when we switch to a non to minimal?
That's one of the options, Councilmember Salas, is if we want council discretion to actually then follow the none to minimal. So the suggestion, I'm going to scroll forward just one moment. So one of the options that council might want to consider is that once the community transmission level of none to minimal occurs, then we would consider events larger than 50 people so long as the governor's executive order is no longer in place. So that could be direction provided to staff if that meets council's needs.
Okay, yeah. I appreciate having this discussion. But before I would recommend any decision, I would like to hear from the county. I remember that the county has some kind of an events guidelines, especially when it comes to events, big events like at Fort Todd Hill and other county facilities. So I just want to see what they have in terms of their guidelines and their, see if we could go in sync with their guidelines and provide some consistency.
Ms. Whelan?
That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I was thinking the same thing as Councilmember Salas. I think we could have the propensity of getting into the weeds a little bit too much here. I know we want to keep our constituents safe, but we are guided by the governor and their proclamations as we keep it, the comparison of what the county is doing and the city is doing, I would agree, would lead to less confusion if we can align them, but I'm not sure what they are. So for right now, I think we stay the same until we get that information and then agree to that as a council for the safety of our community. So that's all. Yeah.
Mr. Aslan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I think it's important that we continue to look at this frequently every 2 weeks. Right now, I think it's way too soon to make any further changes. I think we need to stay in our holding pattern. I find this data encouraging. I see some breaking in the clouds and some light coming through. But I am constantly reminded that we remain in a state of behavioral transition here in Flagstaff, and things are changing quickly, and we're not capturing that data yet. I was downtown on Friday night to check things out and take a walk, and I will tell you, in terms of behavior, there is an absolute, it was readily evident to me that social distancing is not occurring within our restaurants, on the sidewalks. This is great news in one respect, right? Downtown was absolutely packed. The restaurants were full. I could identify by name, specifically restaurants where there were no tables being distant from each other whatsoever. There were lines outside the bars. People were not wearing masks. Lots of activity, lots of close activity, and lots of mixing of people going on. And, with whatever is happening on campus, which we just got an update on, and there's a lot there, they're doing what they can to control the situation. But those same students are going off campus, and I am seeing with my own eyes in massive numbers amongst whatever. I don't know if they're students or if they're residents or who. I'm not even going to try to parse that apart. What I'm seeing is that Flagstaff behaviorally is not doing on its own what we need to keep the trends moving downward. And at the very least, I think it's incumbent upon us and the responsible thing to do for us to maintain a holding pattern, to look at the data trend as this transition from summer to fall semester and from summer to Flagstaff school activities, as that continues to unfold, we need to see the story that the data tells. And if we are just going to keep looking at the data every 2 weeks as a tail off from the summer, we're not getting the full story, I fear. And so my recommendation is that we take no further action at this time.
I'm going to go to Mr. McCarthy, and then I have some comments.
Briefly, I think we should kind of stay where we're at. I don't think we should open up, over 50, etc. The trends are looking better, but it's still dangerous out there. Thank you.
So I just wanted to mention a couple of things. I agree that we should take no action at this time. I think any action that we take is going to cause confusion. We are currently operating under the governor's executive order, and I think that most people now have come to an understanding that there's no groups over 50. I think if we start talking about what we may or may not do when he may or may not change his executive order, that just leads to confusion. Second, I really want to bring up the comments of we need to hear from the Coconino County, I guess we would say the County Health District, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors on this. I think that that would be really appreciative. I know that we reached out to the Coconino County Health District earlier in asking for their guidance so we could set up our reentry plan, and that did not happen. That is why we had to go out and bring Dr. Ingenthaler to the city council meeting to ask him, and he helped us navigate that. So I think it'd be great if, while we're in this holding pattern, if we could hear from the Coconino County Health Department, Health District, as to what they are looking at and what they're doing. So when the governor does make a change to his executive order, all of us can be on the same page at the same time. So Ms. Anderson, do you think you have direction on that? Our city manager? I see that Ms. Salas has a comment. Ms. Salas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the discussion. Just to add to your comment, if you could also hear from the department that approves events from the county, which is the Parks and Rec department, because I remember a while back at our weekly calls with the county, we heard from the Parks and Rec director, and who mentioned that they have rather a detailed guidelines when it comes to events application and their guidelines for approving those events applications. So this has something to do with, crowd management, crowd control, and of course all the guidelines for ensuring physical distancing and sanitizing and everything that has something to do with events management. So perhaps since they have already have those guidelines in place, or have the documents for it, it will be helpful for us to learn about those guidelines, and perhaps we could, adopt the same guidelines or customize it to our parks and facilities. Thank you.
Mr. Clifton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Thank you for the direction. I suggest that we have a joint meeting with the county coming up, and that we tee this up for conversation with the county at that time. And I think we will just continue to give you reportings of data going forward. I don't think we seek any additional council input on this, or stated differently. I think we have very good direction from council, and we'll hold the course and just continue to present you with the data, and then we'll have a good dialogue with the county when we have a joint meeting.
Okay, so Ms. Anderson, do you have anything left?
I do have an update from the reentry team. This last portion of the presentation has been a result of the implementation discussions the reentry team has been having. All of this information being presented has been derived through a collaborative process with those team members. These plans are based on what we have to date, but as we know, we are trying to be responsive as we learn new things and adjust as items evolve. So our first update is on City Hall, and I will turn it over to City Manager Clifton.
Thank you. Thank you, Shannon. Briefly, Council, pursuant to Council direction about taking a very cautious approach to Phase 3 of the reentry plan, we have, as Shannon mentioned, met several times, the reentry team, and have put together a pretty good plan to implement Phase 3 consistent with the reentry plan, but being more specific as to things like hours of operation, protocol, and so forth. I'm just going to summarize at this point. There is a lot more to what I'm saying, and that detail can be forwarded to you. But I think in summary fashion, the takeaways include the following. We will reopen City Hall on September 14th, and that's Monday. And 2 weeks from now, The opening of City Hall will be subject to reduced hours, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Monday through Friday. During that time, we will, of course, be open for walk-in business, but City Hall will only be open for the purpose of conducting business. We will limit our visitation in City Hall to just those individuals who are in fact conducting business either through appointment or through counter service. Stated differently, we will take measures to make sure there's no loitering or casual socializing within City Hall, but rather all business. And then spatial requirements will be upheld. We'll have markings and signage to delineate that in addition to infrastructure that's already in place at our counters and so forth, to make sure that we're respecting CDC guidelines and keeping our employees safe. Our restrooms downstairs will be open to visiting public who are in City Hall and need to use the restroom facilities. We will not be allowing our visitors to go upstairs in City Hall unless it's with an arranged, pursuant to a scheduled and prearranged meeting. And then it will be conducted through escort of those involved in the meetings to go down and bring the visiting guests upstairs, again, for the very limited purpose of conducting business. We will continue to encourage and promote the remote operations of our city functions. The idea of having the buildings open, and we're specifically talking about City Hall, is just for walk-in business and those people who would like to have in-person meetings. Of course, face masks will be required, and we will have sanitation or sanitizing stations and a number of other protocol in place, but it will look and operate a little bit differently, even though all of the entirety of city business will continue to be conducted as it has been remotely. So most of our employees will remain away, but those will be the operating hours of City Hall, 10 to 2, Monday through Friday. It is totally anticipated that our commission meetings and certainly our council meetings, our staff meetings will continue to be performed virtually. And so if you may recall, on the front end of the pandemic and the closures that were happening, we asked our city staff to keep a skeleton crew within the open city facilities. We're back to that realm, if you will. We will be operating with a skeleton crew during those hours of operation. And I think Shannon was going to walk you through the other facilities real fast, but before that happens, are there any questions of the council?
Council? I don't see any. Please continue.
I think I'm done, Mayor and Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to turn it over to Jared Tolman. He's the director of the library.
Okay. Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council, Jared Tolman here, your City and County Library Director. As you know, we have been working very hard since the pandemic began to continue to provide services to our patrons who are looking to those services and needing them. We have been able to accomplish a lot of that through our curbside service and through our reference public calls that can be called into the library to get reference questions answered, as well as our digital programming that we send out. One of the largest areas in which we have not been able to serve the community since the closure of the pandemic is providing computer access to patrons. And so we felt that that was a great area in which we needed to start as part of this reopening. And so, much similar to City Hall, the library, the main library, I should say, will be opening on September 14th as well, Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Our curbside service will continue, as well as our phone reference and our digital programming. What we will be changing is allowing patrons to either call in or go online to make a reservation to be able to come in and use the computers there in the library. What this will look like is each hour there will be 5 computer slots that are open. We're only doing 5 so we can space them out so that social distancing can be observed for a total of 20 available slots during the day. The public restrooms will not be open to the general public, but it will be available for those who are able to get a reservation and come into the library. For the main library itself, we'll also be providing ADA access to anyone who needs that in order to get up to the front of the library. Obviously, the front of the library is not completely ADA accessible at this time, but we are definitely working on that, and that should be changing in the following year. We will be roping off most of the library so that when patrons are in the building, they can't just get up and start wandering around the building. Much like City Hall, again, we are definitely on a skeleton crew, only having the staff that are necessary in there to provide curbside service and do some of the on-phone things that we need to do. But the rest of the staff will continue to be remote. As we turn our attention over to the East Side Library, because the main library is a lot larger, there's more staff, and we're able to work through some of the bugs of this as we roll it out. The East Side Library will not be opening until the 28th of September. That gives us time to kind of work out all the bugs at the main library and then hopefully open up with a clean, easy opening over at the East Side because they're much smaller and the staff is limited there. The hours of the East Side Library will be Monday and Wednesday from 2 to 6. The reason for this is Goodwill is also providing computer access to the community, and their hours are from 10 to 2. So we thought it would be appropriate to then make our hours available 2 to 6 so that people can continue. There's 4 slots there for a total of 17 slots a day. The other hours that we're providing are also Friday and Saturday, which the library will be open from 10 to 2. Again, not only doing curbside services, our phone services, but as well as these computer reservations. Again, just like the main library, the restrooms will be available to those who have made reservations, but not to the general public at this time. That will be coming in the next phase as we move into a phase of allowing more people to come into the library and actually move around the library. Before I move, hand it back to Shannon, are there any questions?
Council? I do not see any. Wait, we do have a question. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all so much for the updates, especially in regards to our libraries. As we move forward, I'd like to see that the trend continue downward, but I do have a feeling that we're going to see a second wave coming soon. And in that, we're talking a lot about the bathrooms. I do wonder if maybe in a couple of weeks on our next update, Deputy City Manager Anderson, we can talk maybe a little bit about what it would take to have porta potties with hand sanitizing stations or hand washing stations outside of our libraries that are available to the public, and a little bit more about that. So just wanted to plant that seed and see if that's a conversation we could have at a later date.
I'm going to go to Mr. Clifton.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Vice Mayor. We do have modular bathrooms outside the library. And with those, there has been a rigorous cleaning and sanitizing schedule. So it's happening, and it has been happening, and by the way, at considerable expense, but we feel it's a service that we need to provide, and we will continue to provide, but there will be a time in the not too distant future where that goes away just because of the weather and other factors. So then we will shift to indoor facilities on a limited basis. We've had a lot of discussion at the staff level here we know that we need to provide these services to our visiting guests, and we don't want to curtail that, but we do want to restrict it, and it needs to be done in an entirely different way. And I'm talking about operation of our in building restrooms. So a lot more upkeep, of course, and other restrictions that you could imagine would need to be in place during this time of pandemic. So it'll be a different regimen that we're following, but we will need to shift from outdoor restroom facilities to indoor restroom facilities. That's probably a blanket statement across most of the community with that currently have outdoor porta potties. So that shift will be taking place out of necessity. We'll report back to you with details as we approach those dates. Thank you.
Great. I really appreciate hearing that. And yeah, I look forward to the future conversation.
Okay.
So our next update will be from the Director of Parks and Recreation, Rebecca Sayers.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Rebecca Sayers, Parks and Recreation Director. The updates I have for you tonight are about, we did work with the reentry team last week to develop an email that went out to all of our user groups that usually permit our fields. And so that email requested anyone that was requesting those permits to get us that information by today. And we will be working to allocate those fields as well as reviewing their health safety plans and protocols for managing those plans and enforcing their own plans. And so we do hope to, following within that 50-person gathering per field, we do hope to have those permits issued by the end of this week. A note to City Council is that during this first year in our site-specific reopening plan pertaining to fields, there will be no tournaments that would be permitted, just local user groups. On the recreation side, we are working with our site-specific tiers to update those to match the state guidelines and requirements for fitness centers. We are also starting to work on bringing back our furloughed employees. We will be working with the budget team and human resources on that. And we will also be working to establish target dates for reopening each of our facilities. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any comments. Thank you very much, Ms. Sayers. Oh, we do have a question. Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, and thank you, Rebecca. I do have a question. Is there some type of future plan concerning the ice skating rink at some point in the future?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Odegaard. That is one of the plans that we are working to bring forward to the budget team as staffing plan for consideration. And then we will start working with human resources to bring those staff back and be able to open that. We're hoping later this month.
Oh, because I was talking to Chrissy.
And thank you.
Okay. Anything else with this item?
That's the end of our updates, Mayor. Thank you for your time and attention to this conversation.
Great. Well, we are now down to item number 14. This is information on items and reports from council, staff, and future agenda item request. We are going to start with Mr. McCarthy tonight.
Get my mic on here. I don't have anything tonight. No new fares or anything. Thank you.
Mr. Aslan?
Nothing.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, the one thing I have to mention is just that I have been working with legal and leadership at the city to run by the idea of us putting forward a letter of support to continue the extension of the protection of the San Francisco peaks. The county went ahead and did that a couple weeks ago. And what I've understood from leadership is that we, if we choose to as a council body, could also do the same. And I believe the deadline is the 14th of September or around then to get our comments in. So if council likes that idea, maybe we can email City Manager Clifton or City Manager. I don't know how you'd like to handle that, but if there is interest, I think that would be worthwhile. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Ms. Whelan?
Mayor, I do have a fair item, and again, I'm not sure if I brought this up before, and it has to do with the property maintenance question that some of our neighbors are questioning, that they don't believe that our city codes are taking care of their needs. So I'd like to bring it up as a future agenda item for a discussion.
Okay. Ms. Salas?
Nothing tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Odegaard?
Nothing tonight, Mayor. Thank you very much.
City Manager, did you have anything to add?
Madam Mayor, Council, no, it's been a very good meeting. There's been a lot of topics, and we so greatly appreciate all the input and the directions from Council. So thank you.
I have three things that I just wanted to mention to Council quickly. First and foremost, I've had the opportunity to be in 2 meetings with Mayor Regina Romero from Tucson, Arizona. In both meetings, she mentioned that the city of Flagstaff is actually studying our climate action and adaptation plan, and they are utilizing that as a basis for their climate action and adaptation plan, tweaking it to meet the needs of their community. And in both of those meetings, these are public meetings that were well attended via Zoom, she talked about the fact that she admires the work that we put into our climate action adaptation plan, and that she considers the city of Flagstaff to be leaders when it comes to climate and water issues. So I just wanted to make sure that council knew that. She says that she looks to what we are doing with regards to climate and the environment to see what their city could be doing better and what they can implement. So I thought that was a compliment, not only to council, but really to our sustainability staff. I think of Nicole Antonopoulos and the other individuals that work with her. And I just think that that's a big kudos. As well as to our community who helped support that and help bring that to fruition. The second thing I want to mention is that the Amtrak is in serious trouble. And I thought that Councilmember McCarthy would speak to this, but the Amtrak service has been cut. I think it's down to 3 days a week now. The Amtrak service has also lost many of its onboard facilities, which have to do with food and being able to purchase food. And it seems like if we do not do something quickly, we might be losing Amtrak service completely. And so I really want to bring that to the council's attention. I think it needs to be definitely one of our council priorities, but I don't think that it can wait until next year for us to have a conversation about it. So I'm going to ask council to allow myself and Mr. McCarthy to work with our city managers and our federal lobbyists to figure out what we can do. I do know that here in Flagstaff, 40,000 people get on and off the Amtrak, or they used to. They used to be 30,000 that got off actually 10,000 that got on and off in Winslow. The Amtrak station in Williams. The Amtrak station in Winslow is now under threat as well. I had the opportunity to talk with some other mayors that are down in the Verde Valley area, and they actually have people that would come up to get on the Amtrak here in Flagstaff. So it's a major issue, and I'm not sure that we are paying the attention that we need to regarding that particular service. Mr. McCarthy, we're not allowed to get in the back and forth during this time. Did you have a comment that would not go back and forth?
Well, stop me if I say something inappropriate. I just want to say that you are correct. I believe, they have announced that it's we've had 7-day-a-week service 2 trains every day, one going each way for, I don't know what it is, about 50 years. And now it's being trimmed down to 3 days a week. You are correct about the meals. They used to have good meals on Amtrak. Now all they have is little plastic pre-made microwave food. Basically what the goal of the Amtrak board is to get rid of long distance trains. They want to focus on Boston to New York, Boston to Washington, D.C., but under the spirit of multimodalism, I believe that the train is very important. It brings a lot of people to Flagstaff that want to go to the Grand Canyon, want to go to Sedona, and it is very important, and I really want to thank you for bringing this up. I mean, the city's put a lot of effort into trying to get more airlines here. I think we need to put just as much effort into keeping Amtrak here. And I can also tell you that there is a lot of support in Congress and with our delegation, but all along the routes from Chicago to LA and all the other routes. So it isn't just us trying to fight this fight. It's, to be really frank, I think some of the strategy of certain people is get inside of the organization and destroy from within. And the federal government is trying to do that with the Environmental Protection Agency, but also with Amtrak. There's many examples. And yes, I think we need to do what we can. There are people in the state that are very interested in this and are very active, and they will help us. And I think if I remember correctly, Greg, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the city did join the organization called All Aboard Arizona. And that is a Arizona-based organization, but there are also the Railroad Passengers Association. So I see from Greg here, he's saying, yes, we did join that. So it isn't us trying to carry the ball. There's a whole team of people that care about Amtrak. And as I pointed out before, it's just as important as our airlines. It's kind of caters to a different type of clientele, but there are people in Flagstaff, like myself, that love Amtrak, but there's also a lot of people around the country that like it, and they get off the train, and a couple days later, after they've spent money at hotels and restaurants, get back on the train. So thank you.
So I think it's also important to note that I pulled together a group called the I-40 Corridor Mayors. We had the opportunity to meet once before COVID hit. We did have a telephone conversation, so I guess we've met twice this year. And one of the things that in the I-40 Corridor Mayors is a group that's from Kingman all the way to Holbrook. The Holbrook mayor was the only mayor that was not in attendance of this meeting. But rail is something that all of these communities have, and rail is something that they were very concerned about. You know, we talked about the fact that Williams lost their train stop, and Winslow at this particular time was under threat of losing their stop as well. So I'm just asking council to give myself and Mr. McCarthy the ability to go and try to find out the information that we need and figure out if there are letters that need to be sent and what needs to happen, because this is a major issue. Yes. And then thank you. And then lastly, I wanted to just mention, I had the opportunity, I'm not sure that I mentioned it last week, to do a site visit of the Veterans Home. And I was able to talk with the project lead there. There is a video on my Facebook page. I think it's very important to know that the Veterans Home is coming along on schedule, that the majority of the subs that are being used on that site are subs that are from Flagstaff or northern Arizona. And it's about $19 million that has gone directly back into the local economy here because of the project and the work that they are doing. It's scheduled to be opened next September, so it'd be September 2021. So if you have the opportunity to look at the video, she was able to provide a lot of insight and information as to what's going on there. But it truly is a beautiful location and a beautiful site, and it is bringing economic dollars to our community. So with that, we are adjourned.